make your contribution, opinion, or question regarding the topic. Mazi Chinedu Ezefioma. Your
If
hands
it's not
are
the Mazi Austin, please.
If you are not there, then Mazi Austin, please take it up. Mazi Austin, Chika.
Okay. Good evening from my location, and I want happy Sunday to everyone. Okay, in respect to the topic, the online system. If you go back to the first tenure of Donald Trump, you would understand that this was also an issue, a serious issue in his first tenure that he wanted to combat. He took certain steps to see if this problem his first tenure. Unfortunately, he never saw that comprehensively dealt with because he lost the second election, and the succeeding government unturned all the sanctions he leveled against the Nigerian state in regards to same topic. And here we are, the government of Donald Trump is back and seem to be resuscitating that unsolved. One thing we should understand calculatively is time and period, because discussing this issue without having a understanding of political history of how we get where we are might not really help us to have a strategic footprint in the whole development. The truth remains that Washington, D.C. is consigned and her machineries are at work. I just finished reading Washington Post. I think Washington, or let me be correct with my quotation. Yes, yes, Washington Post. I just finished reading Washington Post opinion on this, and it's really a consigned one. On the contrary, I have also read the latest position of the Nigerian state, from denial to moving it that what America is pushing and her allies currently is as a result of Nigerian position to Palestinian problem. They are accusing the whole thing to be Israel-propelled propaganda in the current position of the current interpretation of the Nigerian state over this. One thing is important. It's not just enough for external influence or external efforts to liberate a people as regards to unfaith line, the Christians that are being killed. It's not just enough. The question we should ask ourselves here is this: how informed are Christians in Nigeria aware of this effort to give them the necessary assistance? This is an issue of international politicking. In the section of international law, there is a section known as responsibility to protect. When a country feels a people are being genocided on their faith line or ethnic line, a third party has that responsibility to protect. That is an international law. And that is what the federal government is afraid that America might go as far as intervention, because the previous time there was sanction, and they are afraid that we might have American foot soldiers in the land under the international law on responsibility to protect. So I think we have a whole lot of jobs to do. Sensitize the Christians home. Make them understand that salvation is knocking at their door. They just have to open their doors and embrace the opportunity. Very, very important. Because it's not just about Americans talking. It's not just all about America activating her machineries of assistance, so to say. But the Christians in Nigeria should understand that this is an ample opportunity for them to get themselves, liberated. Thanks. That is what I have to say.
Thank you very, very much. The Christians in Nigeria informed. That's a very important angle to look at it. Chinedu, are you there? Chinedu, as a former, are you there? All right. That's an important angle to. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, I say may Elohim bless every one of us. It's a great opportunity to be on the earth once more this Sunday evening. And that is why we bless Elohim for giving us the ability to, present ourselves in every different available space to make sure that we preach the gospel. When it comes to the Christian killing in Nigeria, it has been fact because it doesn't only start. It didn't start today. Neither, it's something that started yesterday. And one point I want us to look at, and is a very important aspect of this whole thing, because it has been what has been affecting us even before we started holding hands to getting our place of safety, which is Biafra. It has been we, the Christians, or how would I put it? West Africa. It has been the Igbos during this colonial era that spread all of those gospel. We have been doing all of those, going to villages, going to different places. Even one time in one of the broadcasts, we have seen how most of our people even talked about how some people established this same organization called Christianity in Sierra Leone and all of those places. And the Catholic Church, it has been Igbos that have been in the forefront. So why I'm putting this is because when you said we after the first ethnic or the indigenous people that we have the second largest to be known or seen in those areas. Before now, we have been killed. It is just because there have been a legitimized killing when it comes to the Fulani jihadists, because it's just 20 years or so during the Obasanjo's regime that it now escalated of killing Christians. Yes, we have known that most of the Western world have started talking about it. And when it comes to making this thing publicly, it has been what we have been even saying during the 2012 when all of this agitation started. We have been on the forefront saying it. And that is the reason why we are even seeking a place of safety, which is Biafra. So we have been dying, and it is not something that they hated us. They hated, and that is the killings of IPOB, Biafrans, and all of those things. You see, it's just that there have been a legitimized killing. That is why it now affects the general indigenous and the other ethnic groups and the places. And I will leave it at there. But I just want us to know that our the Easterns, the Igbos, the Biafrans have been dying when it comes to religious issues between the Christians, and when it comes to attack of faith. We have been the people in the forefront that have been dying. Then I want to talk about when it comes to our legislators and people holding a public office. Just as my brother Jonathan said it, you see, anytime this, when it comes to people that defend the killing, the I will leave it at there. Thank you so much. Mazi.
Thank you very much, Mazi, Black and White. You will be the last contributor on this topic, and we'll move to the next. Thank you. Black and White.
Oh, sorry,
Mazi Patrick, again.
Yeah. I needed to unmute. Really sorry. Yeah. So no, I think that everything when it comes to the issue of Christian persecution in Nigeria, it has been a long-standing contention. Igbos and Biafrans have always paid the ultimate price in Nigeria for their faith as being Christians, especially those in the north. People who migrated to the north have had situations where they were killed because there was war in Afghanistan, situation where people were killed because America bombed Iraq. We've seen so many activity because Israel and Palestine are fighting, and So the issue is we just have to do what we have to do, because at the end of the day, we are going to be the last target. The killing in the north, the extermination of indigenous Christian indigenous in the north is just part of the process. And if we do not stand up, definitely it's going to get to us. So those are the fact that the Christians in the north are not well educated, because they also turn to fight against us during the Biafra war because of their ignorance. They were brainwashed to believe that they will agree that the fight was not about religion. Because during the war, there were also some elements of religion in that Biafra war. Each day they were supposed to fight against their own fellow Christians. But notwithstanding, today we also have to stand up for them, because if we can contribute in bringing awareness and letting the world, we also have our own cause. So that's all I have to say. If America has to keep their boots on the ground over the extermination of Christians, it's even better we invite them, because at the end of the day, there is no other option, because the Nigerian army has been compromised, hijacked by the terrorists, and there is no solution than an external force coming in to redeem Christians in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mazi, before you conclude, please, can you give me just 1 minute or 30 seconds?
Okay.
What I want to also say here on this issue is, or add on this issue as an appendix, for listeners, not to see this as, it is IPOB propaganda or one of Biafra agitation propaganda in order to do this and that. No. Our people should understand that, IPOB has been on the forefront of fighting for justice, irrespective of who that injustice is being meted to. We can remember that even during the Al-Zakzaki issue, when the Shiites were massacred, IPOB is one of the people at the forefront. They are Muslims. IPOB has been at the forefront of campaigning for justice, that genocide was committed by Brutai. So people should not look at it as, it is only because of you know, we are using it as propaganda. No, it is not. This is reality. This is real, and it is what has been happening. We fight. Remember, even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2015, when he was incarcerated in Kuje prison, inside Kuje prison, he was here. He fought for Boko Haram suspects. He hired lawyers for them, people that have been, that has been there, detained incognito. And he fought for them. He said, if these people are convicted, it is okay, try them. But putting them, detaining them without even informing their parents where they are, is a crime against humanity. So this is who we are. Any place where there is injustice, we always remain at the forefront. So it is not only this. People should not be thinking that, this is, it fits our narrative. No. All injustice or injustices, we fight against it. That is it. This is what I want to add.
Thank you very much. Abam, you wanted to say something? Please quickly say that before we move.
Okay, thank you, the host. Am I coming out clear?
Loud and clear, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ndewo, Radio Biafra, and all of us of freedom we are present on this platform. Just to add a little thing based on the topic at hand, the Christian genocide in Nigeria, because I call it Christian genocide because that's what it is. For me, I think it's important to understand it from this perspective that this thing Christianity, because me, I draw my own narrative from what has happened. If we go to the history of a place called Turkey, the Antioch, you will understand that that land was, as of early age, they were 90% Christians. And this is how it happened. And at the end of the day, they were all annihilated and converted to Islam. It's not, what is happening in Nigeria is not they have their lives. That religion that warrants you to allow somebody to come and kill you, and you are waiting for international community to call for a persecution or something to happen, and you are there and you are allowed to be killed. I don't think that is the right religion I should be preaching about. In as much as we know that Biafrans, by what has been given to us, we are 70% into this religion, and it has taken over our understanding of the reality facing the world. We are the most affected. We are much affected on this very issue because anywhere you see 2 or 3 or 5, 10 Christians are killed, go there, 4 or 5 Igbos are there, Biafrans. I will not forget the issue of what happened in Yoruba land when they went to a Catholic church and shot people. When the dead bodies, when they bring out the intelligence report, the evidences of the people, the names of the people that were publicly killed on that very massacre, you will find out that 70 to 75% of the names published were all Biafran. So we are largely affected, and it's for our people to understand that this religion is not here to protect us. It's just a cloak that is they are using to cover our identity. Through there, they kill, they pillage, they do everything. And because the religions have already told us that we should not avenge for ourselves, we should leave every vengeance for God. So we live in the vengeance for God. The God is the Europeans today who are speaking from the American House of Congress and all of that. This is what we are waiting for. So it is an indictment to our own self as human beings. If we call ourselves human beings and Biafrans, we should not watch our fellow human beings come and take away our life that is not even being given to us by that person. People might say that we should live as Biafrans, so we must live and we must protect our lives. So I'm advising and I'm also appealing to all Christians, don't wait for somebody to kill you before you rise up. Defend yourself. defend yourself. You have the right. It's a human right that has been given to you by nature, not by any. No law forbids human right of self-defense. So if you have to defend yourself because it has been proven over and over again that the system that is operating in Nigeria is in collude with this very what do I call it? People call it Christian genocide. It's this colonization agenda. They want to chase away the indigenous people of the land and take over the land. And from there, they have found an estate which their great grandfather Ottoman Fodio gave to them, that the land is for them to conquer. So this is a jihad that is coming to Biafra. But it's so unfortunate that people like Godswill Akpabio, a Biafran, a Christian, who, because of sellers, because of his stomach infrastructure, go on the House of Senate to begin to water down what is reality facing our people and the existence of Nigeria. Mazi, without wasting much time, I'll just leave it there. Thank you. And I appreciate you for hosting this program.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate your perspective on this matter. As a people, we must know that when the eyes begin to cry, the nose also join. When you go to the north, just to add to what Abam has said, when you go to the north and these killings are taking place, all they know is as long as you do not pray like they do, whether you are a traditional worshiper, whether you are a Jehovah Witness, whether you are a Catholic, whether you are an Anglican, you are an Equa, you are a cooking member, you are a light church, any group that you belong to, they categorize you as one and they try to eliminate you. All they want is that the entire city should look like them, and anything short of that is not acceptable. In as much as I do not want to blame this, I do not want us to blame this on the entire Islam as a religion, because there are moderates who are also being unalived by these same people. But we should understand that whoever is behind this, whatever organization are using the radicals amongst the Muslims to carry out this, is going to succeed if we stand up for that. And we can't continue to hope that the international community will come to our aid. Like I said in the beginning, what if certain conditions are met and maybe the international community speaking now decided to go quiet? Would that now mean that the entire Christendom will go quiet? Would that now mean that the Christians in Nigeria or the non-Muslims in Nigeria will go quiet? Will that now make the situation to disappear? It will not. But now that the situation is being made public, it's being, broadcasted everywhere, attention is coming to it. Seize this opportunity to defend yourself. Like Abam also said, it's also about colonization, it's about land grabbing. All the areas that were listed by Pantami in his 2020, in his 2000 to 2004 audios, all the places he mentioned, they have Fulani person as a king there, which is not indigenous to that place. The Yerwan Shandam is the same. Fulani man is a king. You understand? One of the things that led to the crisis you have in the town he listed the Yerwan Shandam was started from because the people want to bear the original name they were known by when they were giving them some level of autonomy. They want the place to bear their original name, which is in Shar. And the Fulanis who are completely stranger there insisted that the name Yalwa must be retained. When it happens, they make sure churches are burned. We have this comedian who said that Nigerians look for opportunity to drink. This guy has become a king. I've forgotten his name. that the Nigerians seek for every opportunity to drink. When they are sad, they say, let's drink and forget our sorrow. When they are happy, they say, let's drink because we are happy. When nothing happened, they say, oh, let's drink and celebrate that nothing has happened. You know, these people seek for every opportunity to eliminate the Christians. Either it has nothing to do with Christianity or not, they don't care. All they want is to wipe out the entire Christian, people. Everybody that is a non-Muslim must be unalive. That is the campaign. We must be ready to defend ourselves. Um, Thank you very much. Please, do you have anything you want to add to this before we move to the next topic? Okay, maybe you're not there. Okay, we will continue with our next topic on the agenda. If you have anything to talk about that, please request the mic. Combating trafficking and exploitation of our girls and women. Uh, you need to understand that X have certain community language that since the United Nations decided to modify their language on how to describe these girls and what they are used for, that the word prostitution or prostitute has become a very sensitive word that can be flagged. The last time I tried to be careful with those words, but some of us think that we are being blunt. But there's a reason why I do not want to use those words. So that last week our live kept the space keep being flagged and dropped for some of these words. So please, uh, that word prostitution, uh, be very circumspect how you use it, because exploitation has been used to replace that. Because if you use the word prostitution, it connotes that they are no longer victims, that they simply decided to use their body to make money. All these international terms. Or you can find a way to represent that if you have to be blunt, for the sake of the space, to not to be flagged. So thank you. What do you have? What should we do as Biafrans concerning the trafficking and exploitation of our women and girls across the world? Who are those involved in this? How do we stop them? How do we stop them? Who are those? What do we do? How do we minimize that? Economic reasons were cited the last time. Deliberate destruction of our economy, making our men jobless, and all sort of things were listed. What do you think?
Mazi, I don't know whether I can say something before the person that rose his hand.
Yes, go
Do I
ahead.
go on? Okay, thank you very much. In this topic of, you know, um, uh, combating trafficking and exploitation of our women and girls, this is something that is of a very huge concern to us as a people. We should never deny it. Our culture as Biafrans prohibits this. But the issue is this, because, when you want to destroy a people undergoing destruction, I mean a people, their women, their female are targeted, because women is the dignity or are the dignity of a people. That is why every people protects their female jealously, highly jealously. There are some countries, if they ever see you even standing and talking to their female or their women, you know, you are in a very huge problem. But lo and behold, we are in a country that, you know, where there is no regulation. The country also, I should put it openly, Nigeria wants Biafra to rot in any way. That is why there are no regulations and there is no combating of any sort being put in place by the Nigerian government. That is why some people have taken it as an advantage. And in our Igbo adage, it is said that that is when evil persists in a place, it becomes the custom or the tradition of the land. Therefore, I will, I will say it here that Nigeria, this is one of the plans of the Nigerian government, because the way they are fighting us as a people, it is multifaceted, many tentacles. Our people should understand this. When you go to some countries and you see that even it is your people that are there now doing all those type of dirty businesses, you become ashamed of yourself, honestly. So this is a call for concern, and this is something IPOB has taken very seriously. And every Biafran, irrespective of your stand on IPOB or on Biafra, should also join in combating. Anywhere we see all these traffickers, they should be held accountable and be judged according to the law of the land, the foreign land. Because I am seeing that Nigeria, most importantly, don't want to even, they want to even encourage all these things to be happening, mostly to our people. Because you cannot tell me why Nigeria cannot even stop the see traffickers carrying little girls floating, even underage girls floating out of the Nigerian border, and there are no arrests, no questions asked. It is very horrible, Mazi. We should put mouth on it. There will.
Ndewo, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you very much because, like you said, this particular topic that we are talking about now, it's actually a topic of concern. Um, Personally, I have had some experiences regarding what we are saying, and it is. I don't know how to put it, but one thing I want to say, which collaborates with what Mazi Jonathan said, and I want our people, those who are listening, especially those who are not members of IPOB or believers in what we are doing. This again also shows you how much IPOB as an organization cares about our people. There was a particular day, myself and I think my national coordinator and the national secretary we were heading somewhere, a different region from where we are for a function. And while we were there waiting for our boss, we sighted two young girls. One was very, very young, within the age I can say for a fact that particular girl was not above 15 or 16. She was very small. And we could see that this is a young girl that had just been brought in for this purpose. We couldn't help it. Our national coordinator had to take the step to call the young girl. He spoke in Igbo.
And so one that he called the guy, and the guy obliged and came to our national coordinator. My coordinator was questioning, asking him a few questions. Why I'm sharing this story is just, just to highlight so that we know that some of these things, even the different countries, the host countries, sadly, this ring, these people who are into this trafficking, they also have accomplices among their host country that they use in smoothing some of, this bringing these women into their place. Now, immediately, my national coordinator was having a conversation with them. We realized that there was a man, an indigenous man of the country, who was with them. The man grew angry, called the guy and said, come over here. Why do you know the man? Why are you talking to him? The national coordinator called the guy and said, come, I'm talking to you. Why? Before you realize, the man started to want to make it a show, make it and talk and all that. But unfortunately for him, the people around, are even fed up of seeing our girls, seeing our people littered around their country, and in every corner. What are they doing? They are being exploited, using their bodies and all of that just to earn a living. At the end of the day, there was somebody who was standing by, who was just watching, who was an officer of the law. When he realized that the indigenous man was trying to take advantage because it's his country and want to, just quiet down the whole issue, he took it up upon himself, did make some calls. When they noticed that we were not giving up, because we were concerned that these people are our people, we speak the same language, and why should a young girl like this be here? And you are taking that far to a different region again for what? So while we were talking about it and protesting, the man took the two ladies away, and they, tried to, because they were supposed to join that bus that was going to, a 15 hours journey or more. They left. And somehow, because of the call that the security guy had made, they apprehended them on their way. Why did I have to bring up this? Is because we, as much as we are concerned, as much as we highlight and complain about these things, I just want to add my opinion that all of us here have a role to play. Because if we continue to see these things where we are in our different, countries where we have also joined and also, and we choose to not pay attention to it, or choose to just allow it happen without making efforts, you realize that we will keep saying these things and it will just be talk and nothing is done. So it is important that we begin to even take steps. And so many times we had received calls, the national coordinator had received calls from different quarters. Sometimes people come across these young girls who are stranded. Sometimes they will tell you, their madam pushed them out because they couldn't remit, or they were asked to go and do this and do that, or they didn't even know that this was what they were coming to do. When they got here, they were told to, put on these clothes and go on the street. Some of them, in their attempt to, their conscience is not allowing them, they become, they will be put on the street. And we have been receiving calls. They call IPOB to say, we have a social person from social, maybe from social state, Imo State or Edo State. Please, this person is stranded. We want you to come in. And in our own little way, we have been helping. I know how many times we have contributed to send some of these girls back home. But you see the very sad part of it. There was this particular occasion where there was this girl from Akwa Ibom, and one of our comrades who is from that place was contacted to say, we have so very young girl. By the time we took up this issue, she was able to make contact. Our comrade was able to make contact to a schoolmate of her who works in, I think it's NAPTEP. I think NAPTEP is the body that are supposed to checkmate or regulate these things, if I am rights. And this lady works as a lawyer with Nnamdi. We contacted her as a way to see if what we can do together to help the girl in question. And to my very surprise, the lady that works with Nnamdi told us, point blank, that they cannot, they can't help. That the best she would advise us is that we should just contribute money and send, if what we can do, if we can help, we should send the girl home however we can. And that really, really struck me. And I was like, if a body that is responsible for such, situation is called upon and they are advising us to just do what we can to send this person home, that speaks volume. So I just wanted to put this out there so that at the end of the day, we would understand that to a large extent, we only have ourselves to deal with some of these things. So let me leave it here, and so that we'll give room for other people to share their opinions and their experiences. Thank you, host. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abam, please, your hand has been up for a while. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Radio Biafra, for giving me the mic once again. This particular discussion, the number 2 discussion, combating trafficking and exploitation of our women/girls. I will tell you for free that there are so many factors that contributed to this particular topic that we are discussing this very evening from my location. Our society, because there is no government, I must tell you, there is no government, because where there is no government, this is the clear things you get from a society that is ungovernable. There is no presence of government in any way. First, I will blame it on the government, lack of government presence, because as far as we are Biafrans, Nigeria is not looking at us as people who they will govern to bring the best from us. They are in our lands for exploitation. So anything that they will use to keep us down, to enable them exploit us, is more than welcome. Why do I say so? This prostitution, or whatever you call it, is alien to us. I know growing up those days, it's abomination. We don't even know about it. I'm talking about as 90s, as young as I am, 90s. We don't even know much about it. We are not here to mention name of tribes or states. No, it's not encouraged. We are all Biafrans. We know areas where we have these cases. We know areas where we have these cases. But how did this thing penetrate into our society, into our land, that today is a very big problem that, if not properly handled, our future generation will have to pay dearly for it? That is the question, because I see the kind of parental upbringing that we have in our society today as one of the contributing factors to this desperation, because it's only a child who is desperate that can go into some of those things we are mentioning this evening. Today, we have seen education as something that you must be a graduate. Maybe you went and read one course, theory. They give you that certificate. If you don't have it as a girl child or as a young boy, you feel your own is like you're not even able to, you can't compete in the society where you find yourself. You see families who know that they cannot take care of their children, see them through school. What stops you from sending this child to go and learn a skill? Because I would draw a verse from the Bible where they say, train up a child in the way he or she will grow. And when that child grows, he will depart from that. our upbringing from family, because I know that society begins from family. What is the problem that in our society, in our land today, a girl of 15, 16, 18 years can freely go to township and rent an apartment and be living and paying for school, her apartment? And at the end of the day, you will even be sending money. More than parents will be requesting for money, send money, send money, send money, send money. And this child is sending this money. And that child has automatically become a breadwinner in that family. So you cannot even talk to her. She can do whatever she likes to get this money. And this society we find ourselves called Nigeria today is a place that is filled with all manner of animals. When our leader calls it zoo, me I hasten to add that it's a jungle, because there are so many animals, wild animals that can devour, because there is no presence of government to the people. This government of a thing is just like a club, an elite club, where you must belong before you can reap the dividends of the country. So there is no presence of the governance to the people. Everybody now resorted to self-help. So being our people, I will say this in Olu Alajo, so our people, this competition, because why I narrow these things to ourselves and their friends is because it's where you affects me. As only before now watching. And the we must find a way, the leadership and whoever that is concerned that is listening to this program. It's not only peculiar to IPOB or whoever. This is a general problem that is facing with me, Biafran. That negazie because this is a system, a program, and our people the only thing brothel, hotels, night club, all those things, all the good in our land. I'm not saying that they are not good, but all the people like that in our land, but in keep us oh, now those days before now, even though that our land has been restored also because of the effort IPOB and the leadership to make sure that our land is being restored to normalcy. Before then, our ego this is the only thing our people did. So I got what I okay, thank you. I will leave it at this. Okay, thank you. So it was so much very good school. Because that now so much burden has been placed on them. Their parents actually go school. It's only good in one school. They can support us. When we dream mega school or garage school. Because if the higher institution are happy with a death sentence to us, that will make our children to be desperate for everything just to go. Because Nigerian schools, always in Yahoo and all these prostitutes. So the orientation must start from grassroots. That our family begin to reorientate ourselves and our children and take the right information to them, and let's take the right priority, things that are very important to us. Not everything we want, but let's deal with the things we need in our life. Mazi, stop here.
Mazi, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. If you are here and you want to speak but you don't know how to raise your hand, you can please indicate, and it will be noted so that when it's your time, we can let you speak. Mazi, fearless evangelist, I know you always have that issue, so if you want to speak, please, you can unmute and let us know, and then we'll call you when the time is right. At this point, it is Mazi Obiefuna. Before you come, I want us to prefer a solution. What do we do? The last time, someone here suggested that we should involve the churches so that they can talk about it. But giving that a deep thought, you begin to ask yourself, this level of decadence in our moral value was not there as much when Christianity was relatively, uh, a bit small, when the spirit of Christianity has not covered the land. There have been preachings on the pulpit against uh, all sort of immoralities, including sexual immoralities. But what is the problem? I'll share with you after our last program on this topic. I saw one girl, a Biafran, in that line of, I don't know if I should call it work. I tried to, buy her a drink, just talk to her and understand what exactly is going on. This lady almost made me begin to think I do not understand God as much as she did. I was shocked at her level of discipline religiously within this despicable, act. Such that I begin to ask myself, maybe this person even knows, God, quote and unquote, more than I do. She told me she only works, according to her, I use the word work. She works Monday to Friday. That no matter how much you will pay her, she will not work on Saturday. I said, why? In fact, that really shocked me. So I said, why? And she said, because I prepare myself so that I can go to church on Sunday. I said, who? That was a shock for me. That was the biggest shock of my life. I said, you are preparing yourself how? I couldn't even tell her how I feel that how can you be doing this kind of business and be telling me you're going to church or preparing yourself to be holy to go to church on Sunday simply by not doing it a day before Sunday. She went further to tell me that the clothes she goes to church with is kept completely separate from the clothes she goes out on the street with. That since she started paying her tithe, that initially she was doing this thing for some years, she couldn't pick any, she couldn't, achieve anything. But once she started paying her tithe, started making sure that every Saturday, no matter what, she does not go out. She stays home, clear herself so that Sunday she can go to church. That since that time, she's seen a lot of progress in her life. That situation where somebody is telling you certain things and you begin to wonder, and she goes to church. And I said, so don't they tell you that what you're doing is wrong? He said, oh, he said, but I go to church, I pay my tithe. Why? I don't have problem with that. Nobody, some of them knows what she do. So this is your own way. I was very, 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 very shocked to hear that from her. So engaging the church is really a solution when there are certainly many of them have been preaching this thing for years that don't do this, but yet it's increasing. What are we missing? Is it that the preaching is not enough? Or is it that once you're successful, however you become successful is being overlooked? Do we not have, last time you had a certain man along the borderline of Lagos and the Republic, Yoruba pastor being arrested for engaging in illegal businesses such as trafficking of girls, such as drugs and things like that. Is it that we have some of these big people in the cabinets being various high places in the church? Is that why we're not making progress? What exactly it is? Let's look at it deeply and find solution because it's affecting us. Like Igodomi got to share with us. They took a step when they saw something like that. I believe one of the things we can do is, as a people, we take one step at a time. One person saving one person. That's all it starts in your areas where these things are prevalent. Just one person. If you are here and maybe I don't know from the place I can see we have 119. I believe there's much more people on the other side. If at least 100 people here make it a mission to rescue one girl, one Biafran child from this exploitation, even if that effort takes you 3 months or 6 months to do, it means that at least in 6 months we can be able to rescue at least 100 girls. Maybe we can start from that. Maybe we can start from calling out those that we know that are involved in this business, as they want to call it, in this illegality, in this criminal act, in this wickedness against our own people. You know those people. Maybe you can engage them and discourage them from continuing. Let's prefer solution. Mazi, you gonna make the play. Is it Obiefuna first or Mobi first?
I think we should take Wobi first. I think we should. We can come to Mazi Obefin after Mazi Wobi because he has been there for long.
Okay, Mazi Wobi, please.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, I think I'm coming out clear.
Loud and clear.
Okay, Mazi, talking about providing solution. I'm thinking, what if we can engage our traditional institutions? Like for my village, there is this people that we call there are people that make the highest decision in our village. So if there is a way we can engage them, let us let them make laws. Because I think that the thing that is hindering us as a people is lack of laws. Because we are talking about the people that are people that are taken outside. But if you come here, like in this Oka, you will still be seeing young girls parading the streets. If you come there at night, you see girls that are not even up to 18 engaging in this type of business. So, and you cannot talk to them because there is a way this place is organized. I don't know. It's what is from there. And then I don't know if I can make a comment about the first topic because I wanted to speak on that. Hello? Hello,
we have moved past the first topic, Mazi, so that we will keep it formal, we'll keep it going.
Okay. This is my submission.
All
you
right,
can go
thank
to
you very much. Okay. Mazi Obi, thank you very, very much for your submission. Mazi Obefun, I think you are next.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good evening to everyone in this space, to the hosts, to the co-hosts, and of course every contributor. I'll try to make it as brief as possible, although I joined the space quite late. I think it takes men of good conscience to actually be bothered about this menace. It takes men of good conscience, and the reason I say this is because I have a background story to this. I am currently an enemy to another Igbo man simply because he noticed that the way I talk about our sisters, our women, I talk about them and I address them with a high level of dignity. It pains him so much. And it bothered me. He's an Igbo guy. It bothered me. And I asked him one day, I was like, why does it pain you when I address our women with dignity? I don't know why. But again, I'll move past that. It takes love for your people to actually be bothered about this. And to quickly address the issue of right or wrong so that we know what we're fighting or so that we know where we put our effort. A sin is a sin or wrong is wrong if especially there is a manipulation involved. I'm speaking about, I wouldn't want to use the word just like you say we shouldn't do it so that we don't get flagged, but I would like to say it in terms of body bargain. Now, being where I am right now, I remember when I came to this country new, I met people who were into this from our part of the world, and I asked a couple of questions. I realized that 70% of them were deceived. They didn't know that they were actually coming into this. Now that's a problem. They got stuck and they became compelled to, help themselves. Their bosses would seize their passports and control their going out and their coming in. In fact, one of them made it known that their WhatsApp was cloned so that every interaction that comes there is being monitored. You step out, you're coming in with money. These are human beings. This is slavery, right? Now, this is wrong. There are other groups of people who are into this body bargain who actually enjoy it. For these people, I don't think they are our concern. What we can do for them is only to talk, but you cannot really do much because they enjoy the profession. And if you go back to the annals of history, you'll find out that women who actually engaged in this, although there's a level of shaming from the society, it is not outrightly they are not actually put up for condemnation. If you look at figures like Christ, look at the prophets of old, you find out that there's a level of, I don't know, they are treated like other human beings. And this is because they went into it with their mind and they are not defrauding anybody, they are not deceiving anyone. So there's a principle to this thing, right? So I think that our help will be coming to those who are put in a tight situation, who cannot but do these things. Because, I mean, they didn't plan it from the beginning, but they found themselves in a very bad situation and they need to eat, they need to breathe, they need a place to sleep. These are the people that we can actually target. Now, talking about solution, IPOB has become, as long as I'm concerned, we are state actors. There's something I usually say about leadership. You don't have to be elected to a position to be a leader. You can start leadership at your own capacity and you will make an impact. IPOB has become a force to be reckoned with. And we can do something. Can we begin to report these bosses? I remember coming to where I stay right now. I met a couple of these bosses. I don't know if you've met them, but if you meet these people, you'll understand that these people are heartless. They are not the normal human beings that you see on a day-to-day. Especially the women who do these things. These people are no-go area. In fact, the way they talk to people, you find out that they need a iron hand to actually begin to rethink. You cannot do this through a church. This is where they build their empire on. It's like you're telling somebody who is into drugs that it's not good. You're killing. This is how he gets his money. You don't understand. So how can IPOB exert pressure? Good enough for us. We now have certain countries or cities where we have liaison offices. It means that we have a level of influence towards certain governments. At least they can listen to us. Can we see how we can begin to show some level of seriousness in these cities? to ensure that these bosses are actually brought to book, either by way of deportation, maybe after warnings, because again, there are people, and maybe it's also condition that put them there. So I believe in giving people, a light hand before going hard. Otherwise, in countries where we do not have such influence, can we begin to report such individuals? IPOB, as far as I'm concerned, have a very large network. So much so that if they want to identify an individual, a Biafran, they can do that. A couple of days or weeks, I don't know. They can do that. Now, my support will go to what Mazi Abam said. If I pronounce his name correctly, if I got it correctly. Let us go to their villages. Let us go to their homelands. Let us go to where they're from and make them understand that, listen, if you're taking our girls out of manipulation, a girl who wants to go out and do her thing, you cannot, if you don't let her go out, she will do it inside. It's the same thing. So, but those that have been deceived, if you are doing this, we know what you're doing, and you are going to meet IPOBs today or tomorrow. Somehow, I may not have the right words right now, but somehow we can put pressure both locally and internationally. And the last will be in a form of advice. It is not enough for us to talk. Because if you look around, you find out that it's mostly men who have been making contributions. Can we not patronize them? It's very important. In as much as we can publicly speak against these things, please, Biafrans, do not patronize these people. Please. If you don't want to join IPOB, will be an IPOB. If you don't want to make financial contributions, well, I advise you to, but that's also your prejudice or whatever. That's for you to decide, right? But can you do something for Biafra? Can you not patronize these ladies? Can you begin to call people out who are deceiving our sisters, please? Because at the end of the day, you find out that some of them who are smart enough, they know how to package themselves. They go back and they marry an innocent brother who is not as wide as them. And the problem continues to go from one to another. I'll leave it at this. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, my brother. You have opened my mind a lot. You have to cut off the oxygen, and that oxygen is patronage. If what you are selling is not moving, there will not be need for you to, stay in that business. We cannot condemn them publicly and patronize him. Right? It's like I believe that was was it Samuel or King Saul, one of them, in the Bible, who led a campaign against sorcerers. But when the chips were down, he had to patronize the witch of Eldor, in the middle of the night. The same thing he said people must not go to. When Israel was in trouble, he had to patronize the same witches, sorcerer that he banished, to seek for a solution. And sometimes we do that, condemn and we still patronize. We think for some reason ours is a bit different, but it's not. Thank you very much for that. We must not patronize them. We should look at how we can utilize our liaison offices. That's a good point I've noted. And also we can embark on a One Save One initiative, campaign for that. That slogan to have is going to move people, one save one. And with that, by his or she is can dedicate their energy for the 6 months to save one person that wants to be saved. Like you said. The person that wants to, there are those who have settled in it, those who are already comfortable in it. You can't kill them. You allow them. So some of those people, what I always discuss with them, like the one I talked to the other time, that was giving me all moral lessons and discipline she employed in the so-called oldest profession, as she puts it, Because I've seen that this one is not being forced. Now she didn't do her thing. So I have to ask her, when do you intend to stop? You know, put a timeline to it. At this time, I have to stop. At least stop. And don't bring anybody to join you. At least stop. Because that's a list that, you can do for such people. Thank you, Mazi. Mazi, take care of it, please. The mic is yours.
Yes, Mazi Basu, thank you so much. Our brother that speak, lastly, you made a very good point, a very wonderful point. You see, like you said, I remember those days here in Europe. Let me just say Europe as a whole. Even when there is no IPOB, all those problems, normally we do report them, like you said. That time there is nothing like WhatsApp anyway. But when you hear these our sisters or our brothers suffering on all these things, you don't need to ask anybody if you are going to report or not. If you see that condition, you must go and report. Now I want to assure you, in Europe here, I think that here should be 2%. These people have shifted from Europe because Europe doesn't want to hear that type of attitude again in Europe. They don't want to hear it at all, at all. Even some of them that want to try to sneak in to use it for asylum, political, or whatever, if they dictate on it that they are not saying the truth, you will be deported immediately. So all these our sisters or whatever, they have shifted it to Asia country and African country. The 60% of it is happening in African countries and Asia countries. So even where we have these liaison offices, like you said, they are not there because they know the consequences. So what I will advise here is anytime you see them, that is the way of helping issues. Without even coming on social media, you will see it, you will stop automatically. There is nothing like we have been shouting about bringing our bringing our investment home here in Biafra land. But you will still see some of our IPOB members. I am not saying now non-IPOB members who still have investments, who still investing up to today as me and you are speaking here on space, investing in secretly in Lagos. So how are you going to explain such a people who listen to me and you every day? So the problem of our people, if you don't report them, they will not take action. They will not stop. Most of them, when you talk to them, they will laugh over it and continue what they are doing. So the important thing is to not reporting to the office. Report them to the authority of the country. That is the only people that can deal with them. That is the only simple tool that is there. You don't even come in to waste your time to report to the rising office, waiting when the rising office will go to the authority. It will just go straight to the authority, report them. And that nonsense have to stop because he said it all here. Some of them, they will bring them without knowing what they are coming to. And that is the truth. When they come, they have no option. As do you know the meaning of seizing somebody's passport, no money, being controlled with the WhatsApp, you can't even chat with your family. You only concentrate on that the job they gave you to do. So we are, for my encouragement here, we must report them. It's a taboo for me as an Igbo man. It's not our culture. Anywhere you see them, Biafrans, report them. Who is, if he pen the person, let him go and sit down. So that is my humble contribution. We must report them anywhere we see them, especially in African countries. It's too much. You wake up and see that your small sister is no longer there. They call, maybe 2 days, 3 days, the call is not going. After 1 week, she will report to you that he's in Ghana or is wherever in Burkina Faso. Some of us cannot even hear their voices until after how many years. Go to internet, you see small girls who are in the park, just searching for transport for them to come back. The ones that decided not to do it, just only transport to come back. So we must report the mass, and it's very, very important. This is no longer a joke. We must take it serious, and we must report these individuals that is doing those type of things. Thank you so much, Mazobas. There we
Thank you very much. When you see, fearless evangelist, at the point you unmuted yourself, I don't know if you have something to say. I think you raised your hand and put it down. Fearless evangelist.
No, yes, I was testing how to raise the hand there, and I confirmed it. So it is the next topic that I have something to say. I don't have anything for this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to say something in addition to what I think Mazi Obiefuna said earlier on about how you speak passionately and respectfully about our sisters and somebody has problem with that. You know, a lot of social media people these days wants to make us believe that our culture as a people denigrates women because of certain things they are trying to remove from, you know, the concept that established it into the realm of equality, which is completely, misplaced or a misrepresentation of what the truth is. The fact is that we have always cared about our women. We have always honored and revered our women. Some of the things we keep them from or we keep away from them, it's not because we think they are not equal. Of course, nobody is really equal, as in the issue have known. Even amongst men, men are not, all men are not equal. You understand? But we keep them away from certain things. Most of them out of respect for them. Most of them to be able to protect them. Most of them because those things are harsh. We think that it's too harsh for a woman to be engaged in. We decide to take the responsibility of doing that. In all, it was an honor. It was a respect that we are giving to them. It has nothing to do with what they will want. Nobody honors our women more than we do. Aputanamu is a title we give to our women. Oriako is a title we give to our women. Do you know what it means to be an Oriako? You know, you're not involved in the sun and the suffering. I'm giving you a title that denotes that all you are here to do is just sit back and enjoy my wealth. Nobody else have that title beside us. You understand? So a lot of people of today might not understand that, but we honor our wives, we honor our women, and we don't joke with them. That is why in the family, when there is dispute, if the other speaks, it's final. You may not understand that, but it is Ada is one of the most powerful figure in a family setting. It has its own reason. So we do honor our wife, and any Biafran who does not honor our wife and girl is not fit to be a Biafran. I can say that without any fear. Any Biafran who does not honor our women and girls is not fit to be a Biafran. And like I said in the previous time we discussed this, if you are a Biafran and you are engaged in this kind of illicit business of bringing our girls and women to places to exploit them, once again, shame on you. Chinonye, please, can you speak? Chinonye Okoli, yes. 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Mazi, thank you so much. I was actually going to, touch on the first topic, but I'm going to be respectful to authority because she said that's already done. Well, let me talk about this one. I'm a lady, and this is so dear to my heart. Like a lot of people have already said, this is alien to us, alien to our culture. And I have no idea how this whole thing came to the point where we're now having a space to talk about it. And I really do appreciate the fact that, you guys are actually doing such a wonderful work to do this. If we have leaders, if we have a working system, this wouldn't have gotten out of hand the way it is. There would have been a tracking system where people are being tracked, just like somebody actually mentioned. These people, you can't tell me that the, well, Nigeria do have a porous border. Let me not just go there. There could have been a way to track this whole thing down. That's one. Another thing is, if Nigeria is a working society, a lot of these people will not be prepped to these horrible individuals that are doing this to them, because this is horrible. This is unacceptable, disgusting, even thinking about it or even talking about it. Because you know, do you know what it means? Like, I don't. It feels like I can't even, like, I have goose people even talking about it, jumping from one man to another. That's horrible. Are you talking about dirt? Are you talking about diseases? Are you talking about belittling the body of a human being and all this rubbish and whatever else that is going on there? So I think I will told the line of somebody who spoke, I think it's Mazi KK, said something about reporting. Yes, they might be angry with you that you reported it, but at the end of the day, you're actually helping them. So if anyone sees, well, I don't see them, but I guess the human have more chance to see it, and know what's going on, But if you see it, report, 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 so that these people, some of them are actually caged, just like someone says. They take. I remember something that happened here in the United States, not too far from my area, where a couple of, I think it was about 5 girls were brought into this country. However that happened, I didn't know. But they came in and every document was taken away from them and they're being threatened. They were being threatened. They weren't even into prostitution, but they are actually trafficking them for work labor. And they were working, from what we gathered when that ring was busted, was these girls were working round the clock. And somebody was able to notice what was going on and report it to the authority. America doesn't play with stuff like that. So they were busted, and these girls were, all of them, they were all, everything that was taken away from them were given back to, and the country actually, my state actually had to step in and help them to get their paperwork and everything. And then they were positioned in different careers of their choice. If somebody did not report, who knows what would have been going on with those girls, even though it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it's still the same thing, that these people are working or doing things that they personally wouldn't have done. Yes, there are people who might have gone into it out of pressure or whatever, but a larger percentage of them, correct me if I'm wrong, are actually deceived into it. And these are the ones that their hearts are yearning for help. So if you see them, if you know them, if you hear about it, please report, 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 especially outside Nigeria where the system is working. And they will sweep into action and save these girls from these horrible situations. Then in Nigeria, I don't know. I don't know how it works over there. I know nothing works over there. But that still doesn't mean that if you see a way to help, you can help. You can call, maybe if you were able to find out who their family members are, whatever you can do, save them from the destruction, because this is a destruction. You don't just, like, use your body to do things that you're going to turn around at some point in your life, you're going to regret it, because horrible on every side, in every level, regardless of where you're seeing it from. And I don't think anybody, I see every evil person as my brother, as my sister, and I don't think that I will ever see my people going through something and pretend like I don't see it. So I think all hands has to be on deck. You see it, you report it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sister. Thank you for sorry. Thank you very much, my sister, for sharing this. Thank you. All appreciated. Yes, men are more likely going to see them. We can all see them when we know them. Uh, the campaign, hopefully, if the leadership is able to have the mechanism to adopt the One Save One campaign, I believe all of us should be involved in rescuing our sisters wherever they are, so that we can bring them home, at least home to their senses, home to the moral, area. So please, we would
Mazi,
like to
I
encourage
want to
before
come
we
in a
conclude
bit.
the
I don't
topic.
know.
Yeah, a moment, a moment. Before we conclude on this particular topic, I would like to invite any those at the other side or the speaker session. If you are a lady, if you are a mother, if you are a sister, please, we would like to hear more from you concerning this subject, because the victims in this case is, your fellow women. That is not to say that we are not affected. We are affected, but I believe the way with which you can speak about these things, might be a little bit different. The perspective you can share with regard to this issue will be a little bit different from ours as men. Perspective and gender sometimes, can go hand in hand. So please, and thank you, Doromi, for calling my attention to that. Please, if you are a sister, a lady, a woman, a mother in this space, we will like to encourage you to request the mic on this very subject before we move to the next. While we wait for you to request the mic, or mute and indicate to us that you want to speak and maybe do not know how to raise your hand, then we can let you know when you can speak. Before then,
If I we say this, yes, some of us said here, which is correct, that many of all these people, all these victims, we are deceived. That is true. But let us dive into the issue. And this is where I also agree totally to one of our brothers' own contribution about parental care or raising up family value, which is dwindling in our region or in us today. The family value, our culture is highly deteriorating. You know, I cannot see the reason why a good family nurtured lady of maybe 15, 16 years in a school, in a hostel, or anywhere, being promised that, okay, we want to take you abroad to work, and she will jump into that situation. That is number one. It's part of the lack of family value that we are suffering today, honestly. Because under normal circumstances, when a child like that is having a conversation or somebody is giving her that type of talking tune, she will even run away. That is under normal circumstances. She will run away and start complaining to the mother or the parents or anybody, her siblings, say, look at what, hey, carry you to where? Only you to go and work? What is your qualification? What will you do? And this also brings me to say that this is not only IPOB issue, please. It's not only our campaign. Because we raise up societal ills that is tormenting us, which is highly catastrophic and grievous. Everybody should be up and doing. When we talk about this family value or parental upbringing, I know it is a long-term process. And, the journey of 1,000 kilometers starts with a step. But even in short term, this issue of reporting, yes, is very, very important. And many countries, we have Igbo unions in virtually every country in this planet Earth. I don't know, but that is correct. Now, why are these people not discussing these issues? These are things that should be making topics every time in different Igbo unions where things like this are happening. But you can find out that some people in that union might be part of the problem or part of the traffickers. So this is where it is complicated. And also, it is horrible, like the story you told, Mazi, about somebody in this type of dirty job, going to church and doing, and they know. So here also we call on our religious groups, the clergies, to come out and call evil evil. Because most of these people are attending one religious gathering or church or the other. But when our people or these people are being indirectly encouraged by the issue of making money at all costs, that is a problem. It becomes a very huge problem. So these are things that everybody, every facet of the society should contribute in order for us to fight this evil. If we continue allowing it to fester or leaving it only for IPOB, I am telling you, in the future, our land will be totally devastated. I said it before, that the dignity of a people is their women. That is true. Without preserving and protecting our women, it will be catastrophe upon catastrophe. So everybody, every group, both religious group, both Igbo union, should, put all hands on deck in order to fight this scourge. It is a scourge. One thing with our people is this: anything they learn, they become experts. They do it even more than the people that they are teachers. That is a very huge problem. And also, this our quest, can I call it pressure, family pressure? I don't know how we are going to solve this, because there also Nigeria as a country is playing a very huge negative role on it. Because you see, like one of the contributors said here, A child of maybe 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, even 20 years, you know, being inside the city, sending money. The parents do not ask, my daughter, how are you making this money? These are the values that we have as our tradition, as Biafrans, as Igbo people. But it is gradually diminishing. And these are these are some of the things that we preach about going back to our roots. It is not only one-sided. Our culture forbids this type of character, and we should help ourselves. Because Nigerian government, as I said it before, and I continue maintaining it, that anything that concerns Biafrans, they want us to rot. That is why there is complete lack of governance in many areas of the society in our land that do not care about this. Instead, they directly and indirectly encourage it by allowing people to be transported, children to be trafficked outside Nigeria on all these. So we should help ourselves and everybody should contribute. This is what I want to say now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. I appreciate that. Like I said earlier on, we respect our women, we honor them. One of the ways you will know that person is not a true Biafran is when they denigrate our women. Just like when we see the criminal in Finland posting nude images of somebody's mother, somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, a Biafran woman, for whatever reason. There is no reason why a true Biafran should do that. And anybody who does that, you know very well that this is not a Biafran. Dr. Tina, please, the mic is yours. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mazi. And I really thank all our sisters and sister, especially Chichi Okoli, and my brothers who have been speaking. Thank you, moderator, for you. I want to try to speak from my point of view about what we call lack of. Can somebody mute? Somebody's really making noise in the background. Thank you. What we call lack of family values. There is, let me break it down just a little bit so that everyone can understand where we're going with this and what can cure this ill. This is just the most outrageous ill that we're feeling in our society as Biafrans today. There is something that we call status switching or role switching. When a woman or a man of the house has children, and at a certain point their children kind of takes over the leadership of the family, and the parents kind of become subservient to their children's thinking or what their children feel or how the family is going. There's an appropriate time to do that in life for every human being. When you become an adult and when you have learned enough and when you can running your own show, your own family. Yeah, your family, your father and your mother lets you go. But there is a case when it happens. There are cases when it happens when the children are still small. And let me tell you, one of those times in education when it happens is when the children become more what they call have more formal education than the parents. There is a role switch, and it throws in a turbulence that really can be catastrophic for the family. And that we have noticed in our society. There was a guy who spoke earlier who talked about formal education. Our people have let go of what real education is. And the only thing we call education now is if you have a degree from a college or university, or somehow you finished high school and you went to learn some kind of some technical skill that makes you more formally educated. Well, Chinedu Jonathan's show tells us some of those things are why we this thing that we have bought a line, hook, and sinker, as gullible as we were as a people, that is called Western education, we should withdraw and pull back from that. I'm an educator. I know what I'm saying. We should pull back and really reconsider what we put in our curriculum as education as our children are growing up. And that is where we're lacking. We have placed such a big emphasis on those certificates and the colleges and universities that when our children go to the university, their parents who are trying to train them are illiterates in their eyes. Though they're making money to send him to college, they start assuming a role that doesn't belong to them. Let me tell you, this happened to someone I know in my village, and I know one of my sisters called me and told me this story. A girl who was not educated to after high school, got married soon after that, left her husband after 4 or 5 children, started living this wayward life in a town somewhere where she found herself, had another child out of wedlock, has just recently, this is the only reason I heard it, went back to the village, dumped the one that she had out of wedlock on her mother, and left and ran to Lagos. What do you think she's doing? That sort of role switch or bearing grudge, our people have put so much emphasis on this education, getting certificate, that everything her parents did to train her in hard work and learn skill, she totally rejected and got married before they would let her get married against their will. And then, of course, she wasn't prepared for marriage, so she ran out of the marriage. She wasn't mature to be married. And this is what is happening in many cases. We place so much emphasis on formal education. Our girls think that they should all go to college and go to universities. And if their parents are not able to do so, they feel grudge, they feel like they have been wronged, and then they fall from the frying pan to fire. They disregard their parents, and so they run into these madams and these crooks who take them places, promising them all sorts of things, and they don't make it. And they fall into more and harder times and more suffering, and they damage and destroy their lives. So we as a society need to reconsider how we need to train our children. And we must consider, and this role reversal that I know in formal education in the Western world, it happens when refugees come into America, for instance. Their parents don't speak English. They go to school, they learn English. They start interpreting for their parents. I'm telling you, I have noticed this and I've taught this to parents in a school because I saw their children doing it. Their children started knowing more English against their own parents. So when they get in trouble in school, they will interpret something else and they confuse their parents. And their parents are in loggerhead with the educational system. And so the children find a way to do whatever they want. Asian children, African children, children from the Sahel who run out of those countries and come to America. I've seen them all. So this is what is happening in Igbo land. Igbo land, we need Biafrans to reconsider what we call education and how children must remain under their parents until such a time when they are deemed mature enough to get married or to do something else on their own. And at the time when somebody attains adulthood, then they can run their own household, they can do their own business, and their parents don't have to really depend on them, but they can build a life for themselves. And another thing that goes into that same area is building relationship with your children. As your children start growing up, don't let them go. Don't let their peers become their primary source of information. Follow them. I tell people here, even Nigerians and Biafrans here, follow your children bumper to bumper. I know you did not go to school here. I know you don't understand the system, but go and ask questions. Those teachers are adults. They will tell you the truth about your children. And you're the primary teacher in America and in our Western world. They tell you that you are the primary teacher of your children. So they will answer any question you have about your children. That same thing should be taught to our children, our parents back home now. And that's why Biafra is not coming fast enough for some of us. If it comes now, we have ways to teach our parents
ekwe olileanya n'oge na-ete ha aka na ọ ga-esi ebe a pụta ma ọ bụ taa ma ọ bụ echi ma n'ime izuụka nke anyị bara nke a ga-akpọpụtakwa ya n'ụlọ ikpe ọzọ a na-akpọgharị ya ka ebe a na-akpọgharị nwamkpi na-aga n'ahịa beta o ji ihe nwata welie aka elu aka ga-erube ọ ga-eweta ya nwata ewerekwa ihe ya o rukwa na mgbe aka eruwela ndị niile na-eme ka ha kwado aka ume gwụrụ ka o nwetụba ike ọzọ nna patuo ha aka ka nwata were ihe ya ndị niile na-akpa nkata imegide Nnamdi Kanu ma ndị nke nọ n'ime obi nne ya nọ n'ime usekwu ya ma ndị nke nọ n'ezi ndị nke nọ n'ime Ipob anyị nọ nna mee ka ha nwee nchegharị ma kwupụtakwa mmehie ha yọọ mgbaghara obi nke a na-ekwe nchegharị obi nke a ruru unyi na-ekwe nchegharị tọrọ na ihe ọjọọ laa ya n'iyi kpọọ ya ọkụ wepụrụ anyị ndị ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ na ihe anyị na-eme ka anyị nwee ike inweta ihe nke anyị na-ayọgo Biafra enweghị ihe zoro ezo n'ihu gị mmadụ apụghị ịghọrị gị mezuru anyị nna nara ekele na n'otuto ọṅụ wee wụrụ nke anyị arịọ m gị n'aha nwa gị nwoke nke m kwenyere na ya Yeshua Hamashia Yesu Kristi ise 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 ị pụghị izonarị ya Chineke nna ị pụghị izonarị ya Chineke nke eluigwe mgbe ị na-ekpuchi mmehie gị chee na adịghị onye na-ahụ gị ị pụghị izonarị ya Chineke. Up next is our news beat, a rendezvous of the major news highlights of the week. And when we come back, we will be discussing here with a panel of Ezigbo Chineke the topic, playing political poker with Onyendu's health and life. Their consequences. I have with me a very distinguished panel cutting across Europe and America to discuss it tonight. Don't go away. Stay tuned.
As the war of extermination of Biafra was going on, many made a pledge saying, we shall never ever become Nigeria. We shall never ever become Nigeria. Today you turn around pushing one, Nigeria. Today you turn around pushing one, Nigeria. You betrayed your children, you betrayed your family, you betrayed your family, you betrayed your nation, you betrayed your own race.
Good evening and welcome to Newsbeat. I am Wada Ogechukwu with Mazi Uchechukwu. IPOB leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu returned to the Federal High Court in Abuja this Thursday, 16th October 2025. Last Wednesday, the presiding judge, Justice James Omotosho, adjourned hearing citing the need of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, to submit a medical report to undetermine Onyendu's fitness to stand trial. This adjournment has attracted national and international attention. Addressing Nigeria government's perceived apathy with a lack of empathy towards Kanu's deteriorating health, Honorable Obi Agwacha member representing Onyendu's Ikwu and Onwahia constituency held a fiery confrontation with the House of Reps Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, underscoring the brewing of political tensions. Since last Thursday, the clamor for justice and clarion calls for Onyendu's release have continued to echo everywhere, prompting the Nigerian army to distance itself from the purported controversial online threats linked to the proposed free Nnamdi Kanu protest at Aso Rock on Monday, October 28th. The Sahara Reporter CEO had thrown an open challenge to Ndibo, especially the political class seeking solidarity from Nigerian heavyweights, to demand Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release. The show a record on the Southeast political leaders, including governors, P2B, and lawmakers, to join him in the planned October 20th peaceful march to the presidential villa, urging tangible action beyond rhetoric. Showore claimed the Southeast leaders are playing a double game, publicly backing Nnamdi Kanu's release while privately fearing it could rock their political boats. Showore revealed he had reached out to political bigwigs to join the Aso Rock peaceful protest march, saying some Igbo politicians have been dodging his calls. The former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, has thrown his weight behind Showore's campaign to free Nnamdi Kanu. Atiku said Kanu's detention was a blemish on justice, a stain on people's belief in the rule of law, and an open sore on the country's conscience. Atiku urged Tinubu to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, insisting that the government defying court orders that granted Kanu's bail and another that discharged and acquitted the IPOB leader were abuses of power and an assault on justice. Atiku added that politicians would have failed as patriots if they allow Kanu's case to fester as yet another wound that has refused to heal. Other public figures who have voiced their support for Showore's initiatives include Princess Olatunre Majekunde Onuru, who called on the Nigerians to rally together in peaceful activism for Nnamdi Kanu's freedom. She criticized APC leadership failures, resulting in systemic injustice. A Yoruba union, Iwimo Majebe, has issued a stern warning to President Tinubu, cautioning against the misuse of security forces to squash the planned October 20th peaceful protest, maintaining that obstructing the march would pour fuel on the nation's simmering divisions. The union criticized Southeast politicians opposing Kanu's freedom, saying they are just cutting off their nose to spite their face and ultimately jeopardizing the region's future. A human rights group in the Southeast, FENRAD, has thrown its weight behind the October 20th Abuja march, emphasizing Kanu's continued detention sets a dangerous precedent. FENRAD urged leaders to go beyond lip service and take bold collective action for justice. As the October 20th Aso Rock March gathers momentum, the MASSOB leader, Chief Ralph Wazirike, has declared he's ready to join Showore's peaceful march to Aso Rock, demanding Kanu's release. Wazirike highlighted the broader injustice faced by Biafrans, particularly Igbo people, and enjoined Igbo political leaders to step up.
Good evening. I am Mazi Uchechukwu. IPOB has rejected the Nigerian Medical Association (NMAS) medical report of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's present health, describing the Nigerian Medical Association Committee's report as ethical compromise, alleging the NMA in a coalition with the Attorney General to manipulate the medical evidence. IPOB has demanded for an independent medical review reflect fears of state-sanctioned negligence. IPOB meet its rep and DOS member Mazi Sawuru gave insight among other updates about the global movement in his last night's broadcast. In the UK, the reconstituted National Cabinet will meet tomorrow. IPOB UK National Coordinator Chief Ikechukwu Knight Wokro has hinted that many of the former cabinet members are returned while a few are deployed at a couple of addictions. Chief Wokro has thanked those who have been reassigned for their services, urging us to remain thankful and resolute. Insecurity report. A violent attack by suspected Fulani killer herdsmen unleashed a violent attack last Friday, leaving one 30-year-old Onotuku Obaki dead. Onoli, Ugwalike, and the Ogovia are among communities in Algo Council in Enugu State that have been plagued by attacks from Fulani terrorists.
Enugu politician Uche Nnamdi has resigned as Nigerian Science, Technology and Innovation Minister, showing a bachelor degree certificate forgery scandal. The University of Nigeria in Soka, where Nnamdi claims to have obtained his PhD, are written to say, so Uche Nnamdi was admitted into the institution, where was no evidence of his graduation. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the Tinubu government handling of Nnamdi's exit, likening it to swatting death under the rug. Atiku also accused the Department of the State Service and negligence, calling for a thorough investigation into all federal cabinet members' records, warning that without reform, Nigeria risks sinking into moral and economic quicksand. President Bola Tinubu has asked the House of Representatives to approve plans to raise $2.347 billion from the international capital market to partly finance the 2025 budget deficit, refinance maturing Eurobonds, and issue Nigeria's first ever sovereign sukuk. Meanwhile, the Council of State has approved presidential pardon for 175 Nigerians, including Habat Makule, Maman Vasa, Ogoni activists. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, raises a clarion call against the relentless storm of violence targeting Christians. Archbishop Daniel Oko's voice CAN's resolve, urging the government to rise above the inertia and shield its people. A Nigerian Air Force officer, Jamilu M. Saki, who initially threatened a Christian activist known as the Preach the Gospel over his social media posts about the alleged genocide in Nigeria, has now apologized. President Tinubu has appointed Professor Joash Amputin, a University of Just Law lecturer and member of Tinubu's legal team during the 2023 Presidential Elections Tribunal, as the new INEC chairman. Reports says Abuja INEC head office staff sang a funeral hymn for the outgoing chairman, Mahmood Yakubu, to bid him bye to his. About 98 million Nigerians are currently facing challenges in the job market. According to the World Bank's October 2025 African Sports Report, the report stated Nigerian poverty rate is projected to hit 62% by 2026, with 141 million citizens struggling to make ends meet. Senator Shehu Sani has criticized the World Bank and IMF, International Monetary Fund, for Nigeria's economic hardship, labeling them witches and wizards for recommending reforms like subsidy removal and currency floating, which led to poverty. A storm is brewing over Dangote Refinery's shady operation, as documents reveal the importation of premium motor spirits with high sulfur content soaring to 690 per liter times Nigerian's 50% per liter limit. Dangote's high sulfur important fuel, marked as locally refined, raised red flags on environmental standards and the regulatory loopholes. 4 Nigerian soldiers have been killed and 3 others injured after an ambush by militants from the Islamic State-backed faction of Boko Haram, the Islamic State West African Project, ISWAP, formerly known as Jamaat al-Ansar leader Wajigad Keji. In Kwara State, bandits struck again, killing one person and abducting another in Edo Council despite fierce resistance from local hunters, which forced the attackers to retreat. In another incident, bandits attacked Gimi Tasha village, killing Uwais Yahaya, abducting his mother and injuring his father and brother, who survived. Meanwhile, farmers in the southern Kaduna protested against armed herders' attacks, demanding government action. The farmers marched barefoot, painted black, and sang mournfully, expressing their desperation and loss. Bandits pulled a fast one on Efagi village, kidnapping couple and injuring a vigilante. The Nigerian army swooped in, rescuing the woman but leaving her husband in the lodge. They are hot on the trail of the fleeing culprits. Gunmen launched a deadly attack on Idofin Odo Ase, a community in Kwara State, killing 3 residents and causing panic in the Kwara South axis. The assailants stormed the village in the evening, shooting and stabbing victims before fleeing into nearby forests. Residents reported no security presence during the assault, leading many to flee to safer areas. In a related incident, bandits attacked Efagi village, kidnapping a couple and injuring a vigilante. Senator Gaba Musa Maidoki, representing Kebbi South last Thursday, highlighted the dire insecurity in his constituency, where bandits have overrun areas, causing fear and displacement. He criticized the military's ineffectiveness present and urged the Senate to ensure accountability. Madoki emphasized prioritizing resident safety over infrastructure. Katsina local government chairman, Engineer Sagi Tanimo, attended a wedding of bandits' children weeks after a peace pact, despite no weapons being surrendered. This event, part of reconciliation efforts, yet residents caution that the true peace requires armed groups to renounce violence. The ongoing peace talks aim to quell insecurity, though skepticism lingers about the sincerity.
Senator Jim Ridge, chair of the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee, lambasted the ongoing persecution of Christians in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, DR Congo, and Mozambique. He highlighted their situation where Christians face brutal attacks and government neglect. The world must wake up and take action before it is too late. Conservative Party leader Kemi Bednock has accused the Labour Party-led British government of the forcing on identity database, while her global competitors surge ahead in science, technology, and industry. Speaking at the Conservative Party's annual conference in Manchester, the UK Shadow Prime Minister said that while Britain was busy defining what a woman is, China was busy building 5 nuclear reactors. Bednock further stated that Britain is stagnating while other nations are rapidly advancing, adding that Britain is competing with what she described as restless and ambitious countries. Israel and Hamas have reached a landmark ceasefire and hostage exchange deal, marking a turning point in 2-year Gaza war. This agreement, brokered in Sharm el-Sheikh, promises a breath of fresh air for the region, with Israel partially withdrawing forces and freeing Palestinian prisoners. Peru's Congress has impeached President Dina Boluarte, citing permanent moral incapacity after a whirlwind of political upheaval, corruption scandals, and nationwide protests. In a landslide House vote, 122 out of 130 lawmakers endorsed the sack, citing Dina's permanent moral incapacity, marking the end of her tenure. That is the news beat. Stay tuned for more of today's The UK Time Out.
kedu ife o melụ nwanne jiri nwanne ya onye ndu na-ebe ụmụnne ya na-achị onye ndu na-ebe anya na-achị. Our leader onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has been in illegal incarceration over 4 years now, was discharged and acquitted by the Abuja Federal Court of Appeal on the 13th of October 2022. Tomorrow, it will be exactly 3 calendar years of that incontrovertible landmark judgment which the zoo, the Nigerian government, the executive arm in particular, has refused to obey the court orders as they usually do with every other court order or every instruction that has wisdom in it, that has understanding. It has got to the point where everybody is now clamoring, both those who are genuine and those who are gainsaying, but the fact remains that there is a clarion call worldwide for Onyendu to be released, that enough is enough. Here in IPOB United Kingdom, we have been singing the Enough is Enough song right from 2022. Indeed, enough is enough. Given the precarious health condition of our leader, confirmed by notable health professionals, people like Professor Martin Araji, a renowned medical expert of World International Standard, who has examined Onyendu and assessed and reassessed his health to say how dangerously ill he is due to underlying and pre-existing medical conditions. But clearly, it appears that the president of Nigeria, Tinubu, and his ruling rogue party, APC, and other politicians, aided and abetted by our own people, Biafrans, Ndibo in particular, are playing political poker with the health and invariably the life of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Tonight, on this program, we are going to dive deep into it as much as time will permit us, into the dire consequences of this dangerous game of playing political poker with the life or health of anybody, let alone a political prisoner of conscience, leader of the largest global mass movement for self-determination in the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What are the consequences? I am delighted to welcome my distinguished panel of Ezigbo Muchineke, and once more say apologies for delay in starting due to another program that overran. Very important as well on this hallowed platform. And apologies to a couple of people who have been waiting to join us because I did inform them they would join 30 minutes after the panelists had kicked off the discussion. So I'll be bringing you on a little bit later than scheduled, and that will be something past 9 o'clock. First thing first, let's welcome the panelists to do the usual ritual on this program of self-reintroduction, because all of you have been here before. We begin with Ezigbo Biafra, because we respect and value our women, and ladies come first.
Mazi, are you calling on me?
Yes.
Mazi, your volume is down. I don't know why.
Easy.
Yes, it is.
I think I'm at the highest volume from my end. It felt like I'm shouting.
It must be coming from mine. Let me see if I can
Maybe
put
from the
myself
studio.
on the speaker.
They kindly help us to.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I'm hearing you better now because I think I put
because
mine on
I've got the
speaker.
radio on earlier and it felt like I was actually screaming.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, different strokes for different folks.
I'm telling you, it's all these devices that we use. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Yeah, good to have you again.
Nice. Chief Nice and for all the wonderful work that you do. Of course, on the ground, that's where it matters the most. Where you rule and lead, you lead really. You lead our UK family. I thank you for that job. And I also thank you for your marvelous work on the radio, calling UK people out and calling people from Europe out to come on the radio and share their ideas. And once in a while, I come from across the pond to help and say a few things. And I thank you, and I am very happy that I can join you today. Of course, my name is Dr. Tina Iberechukwu. I am a Biafra from Olu province of Biafra land.
Biafra, thank you too for your sterling job. If I'm not mistaken, you were on another program shortly before we came on, and I'm like, oh my God, where do you get this stamina from?
Mazi, that's after
your strength. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's after 3 hours flight from the coast of the United States of America back to my home, and then put my bags down because I knew that was going on, and logged on to say a few things. Yes, sir.
Wonderful. I hope you had a pleasant trip from California.
It was enjoyable. It was all for fun, nothing else. Some people else were working, and I was enjoying myself.
Please never cease to enjoy. Enjoy today, enjoy tomorrow, enjoy every day.
Thank you.
Mazi from our neighbor in Europe, but from the other side of Europe.
Thank you, Mazi. Nice. And I thank the comrades here, Dr. Tina and Dr. Ekepwe. And I must also thank the host, radio presenter, Mazi Alozie. I say, may God bless you all. And Mazi, watching a minute. Yeah, you are doing great, my dear brother. You're doing great. I want to thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to come up again to partake in a program of this nature. And my name is Mazi Stanley Onokafo. I hail from Mbise, isn't it? Mbise. So I'm glad to be here once again. And I thank all Biafrans wherever you are. We urge you to stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Mazi Onokafo is our IPOB national coordinator in Sweden, which is the Scandinavia, really. And I'm sure it's getting really cold there. I received one of my brothers from Canada today, came to visit us in the UK, and he's already reporting how warm we are here in the UK, which is getting cold compared to Canada. And I'm sure that in the Scandinavia, you guys are warming up.
Yes, Mazi, it is really good.
Wrap up warm, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
And of course, the last but not the least is my able deputy here in the UK. Doc, please go, floor is yours.
Thank you, Facebook watching. My greetings goes to all IPOB members worldwide that are hearing our voice today, and also to the leadership who have been doing a sterling job in steering the this great movement. And I also like to greet everybody listening to us, whether you're an IPOB member or not. So far you love justice and you love freedom, I would like to greet you and welcome you to this program, UK Time Out. Let me also use this opportunity to thank my co-panelists, Dr. Tina, and my comrade and my brother from Norway, Mazi Onokafo, and of course our veteran radio broadcaster, Mazi Alozie. I greet all of you, and I pray that you will guide all of us as we discuss all this important topic today concerning the health of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. And of course, my name is Onyeka Ekekwe. I'm from Newe province of Biafra land, and I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the deputy UK coordinator. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you. And thank you to Dr. Tina Iberechukwu. Thank you to Mazi Onokafo. And everybody, including those who are going to join us. Not forgetting, but we usually thank him at the end, our uncle Mazi Alozie, for battling it out with some technical glitches earlier on to ensure that we are on live and direct tonight. We are ever grateful. Thank you, sir. Lady and gentlemen, let us start by looking at Onyendu. I know we're going to talk about his child because Ndubisi. Last Sunday, our First Lady and Onyendu's wife was on this program. I'm sure you're listening. And she made silent points regarding both the legal and the medical condition of her husband and our leader. I want to get your thoughts as Onyendu appears in James Omotosho's court yet again this Thursday. What are your thoughts about this unending illegal retrial with legal rigmaroles vis-a-vis the precarious health situation of Onyendu and the denial of his temporary release from the DSS dungeon to a health facility where his health can receive adequate attention and treatment. Dr. Tina, you take the first shot again. Thank you very much, Chief Nice Wokuru. Thank you very much for this question that must be answered and talked about at this point in time. Nigeria is certainly playing high-stake political poker, like you called it. Very high-stake political poker with our leader's life. Because they are not heeding to the calls from every angle, especially from IPOB worldwide, for the release of Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. They are not heeding this call, not even because he has been discharged and acquitted, but then because now his health is failing him. And they claim that you can only stand trial. That's what Mazi Ozokome and San Ozokome and Barrister Ejiofor told us earlier in this case. That you can only stand trial. You cannot kneel for trial. You cannot lie down for trial. You can only stand trial. So if Mazi Onyendu is not standing, what are they trying to do? Because the last time, and I said this yesterday on Radio Biafra, the last time we saw our Onyendu in court, Onyendu's face was puffy. And I'll say this again, so that everyone will start to understand that this is becoming dire. and my sisters who are in medical fields talked about the potassium levels and how it affects your overall health on that show. And they said that the potassium level of Onyendu has been constantly decreasing. And it is at such a level now that they have to really seek for, I guess, drastic intervention to make sure that it stops and comes up. My sisters explained that yesterday. But I want to tell you that Onyendu cannot lay down to be in trial in a Nigerian court, cannot be kneeling down. He has to be able to stand up. And the way we watched him, and we are IPOB, we watch every move that our leader makes. The way he moved the last time we saw him on the 8th of October is not usually the way he moves when we see him. I know we are all getting older, but remember that as you get older, if you keep your health appointments, to keep your doctor's appointments, you take care of yourself, you exercise, you eat good food, we hope that it kind of keeps the illnesses and whatever may befall an aging person away. Everybody's getting older, but the way we saw Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 8th of October on TV and on social media did not please any one of us. So what we're saying is that maybe Buhari's administration were really playing, or was playing, a delay game, a wait and see, hoping for bad news for Onyendu. He died before he could see that, way before Onyendu was even imprisoned in their custody. And maybe now that is what Tinubu's administration is still using Bintanyaku to waste time. But Bintanyaku has now kicked the can down the road, and it has been picked up by Omoto Shop to buy time, to dilly, to dally, to wait, to see the end of the game. But we are warning them. We are warning them. They may want Onyendu to die. They may want to keep Onyendu forever in their custody. We need to let them know that, like Mazi Chinasa said yesterday on this radio Biafra, he said to us, if he, Mazi Chinasa, somehow gets taken out of this, what we're doing, that we must continue. But I think the Nigerian government is not looking beyond their noses. They are not seeing what we are seeing. They are not measuring our level of determination. So we're telling them that this is becoming dire, the situation that they're putting our Onyendu in. But they must also look further than that. There is an organization called IPOB Worldwide, watching them with everybody else in the world, who is ready to do whatever it takes to make sure to restore Biafra. But Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must not be played with. His life must not be something that they play poker with. Political or not, whether they're real or not, whether they mean it or not. We're not mincing words when we say release our leader, because if we don't see our leader, Nigeria will suffer the consequences till the end of time. So whatever their wishes, whatever their wishes, we're telling them we're IPOB and we're here. Thank you, Mazi.
There was Mother Biafra. That is a very poignant, powerful way to start the program tonight. Much appreciated.
Mazi Onukafo, following from what Dr. Tina had just posited, Onyendu himself sounded his alarm sometime in one of the court appearances where he made the revelations, just like prophecies that he always come with. But we say this time, it will not work. That these people planned all the way from Kenya. First, Onyendu declared that they poisoned him in Kenya, so that is on record. And you would imagine that if somebody poisoned you 4 years ago and still hold you hostage, and still you are alive and kicking and roaring like a lion, and they are the ones feeding you and giving you everything, very likely they are still poisoning you. He also revealed that they keep injecting him, or rather giving him some concussion, bluish substance that he doesn't even know what it is. And this continues to lower his potassium level, which I'll come to Dr. Ekpe, who is medically qualified, to explain all that to us later on. But what could you see, just as Dr. Tina rightly observed, most Biafrans or everybody in the world saw that Onyendu's last appearance, he didn't look healthy compared to previously. He raised a serious concern as far as I can say. His physical appearance was troublesome. We don't know what he will look like this Thursday, but how are you seeing this game they're playing, keeping him there, buying time, or rather waiting for what the evil seeds they sowed to see whether they will germinate and begin to bear their evil fruits. Bearing in mind, Onyendu also categorically stated that they are injecting him all these poisons so that they will see that his heart will continue to go down and down and down, and they will only release him when they are certain or convinced in their evil minds that once they release him, he will just go and die. What an ominous situation we find, very precarious we find ourselves, Master. Thank you, Mazi. Honestly, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said is what I personally believe they are doing. They are trying to do. They are trying to keep him, and like he said, when he's very much weak and dying, God forbid, then they will like to reduce him. So they will say they are not the cause. But let us look at it in this way. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya. By who? Is it not the DSS that kidnapped him right away from Kenya? And they are still the same people holding him to death. So what can any person looking at this whole scenario think? You kidnap a man and you are the same person who claim to be bringing doctors to treat him. You don't want to allow him to go out and take proper care of himself. And you are, at the same time, hiding the medical results that showcase his state of health. So I'm glad that all these things are now in the open. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the hand of the Nigerian government. So Tinubu can claim ignorant, or he can play mooch. They can destroy their court. They can destroy everything that anyone can look and say, oh, maybe they are a country. They can destroy it because of
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, Biafrans will not forget all this, because I want every Biafran to know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there because he wanted us to have life. He planned to see that everyone is free. They say he's fighting for only Biafran, but I think he's also fighting for the Nigerians that are gullible, who do not know that they are in trouble, because he's opening the eyes of everyone. So they are playing a political poker indeed, and believe you me, it will backfire on them. We come to that. So, but I want to say that even it's a shame that not only other people from the so-called Nigeria, it's a shame that Igbo politicians are in this as well. So, and I want Biafrans to really take note of everything that is happening, because we are in a country that we ordinarily should be part of. But every time they are telling us that we are not part of this very country, and they also refuse to let us go. We are in a country where everyone has put hands together and fought us for 3 good years. Millions of people were killed, and they said no victor, no vanquish. And we are back to this same situation. So it is up to Biafrans to know what to do. Those who want to blame ignorance, or who want to remain foolish, or who want to be self-destructive, they want to join the enemy to continue to destroy our people. It is up to you to reason what country you have here. Because Sowore said that Nigeria has Igbo problem. And I believe it. They indeed have Igbo problem, because they have released all the people that committed atrocities, crimes. They released all of them. And they are romancing with even terrorists. They said the crime of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was that he spoke on the radio. He said this and that and that. And that's what they charge. Just as we are doing now. Yes, because as we are speaking now, we say our mind. Exactly. So maybe we freedom of expression. And yes, sometimes we are in the spirit, and we spirit guides us what to say. So how can somebody legislate what you say? Exactly. They said he said this, he said that. But they are the ones who are actually destroying their so-called country. So when a judge gave a verdict and it's not obeyed, and the president of the country is comfortable, what kind of country is that? So because they think the world do not know what is going on, but everyone is aware of this. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's life is in their hands, and we pray that nothing happens to him. And they're playing it like they're playing tennis. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you so much for that contribution. Don't take it away. You are medically qualified, but we know without medical certification that solitary confinement, particularly illegal detention, can worsen existing health conditions, both physical, psychological, and mental. Can even lead to somebody exhibiting characteristics that they probably didn't have before that unlawful detention. We also know in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that even before his kidnapping in Kenya, some of these pre-medical conditions have existed. we will come to the political poker, but talk about life in the BC. Given what Onyendu has been through and the much we know that is in the public domain regarding his health, and what Professor Araji in particular, his report said, and then just oppose that with what the Nigerian Medical Association, which I'm sure you must have been a member of, is trying to do, which I still a member. As unethical conduct. They are now political, medical professionals. So how is all that playing us if affecting the life of our leader Nnamdi Kanu?
It's really saddening my heart each time I have to speak about Onyendu's health challenges, because it's very, very clear to even a non-medical practitioner that our leader do have, some health challenges, just like every other person. He's a human being. Even though you look at him, you see the way he speaks, the way he normally moves. He talks like a lion. He roars like a lion. That does not mean that he's not a human being. And as you rightly said, even before he was kidnapped, if you recall, he actually went to a private hospital in Kenya to actually carry out some tests regarding some pre-existing health challenges. And those health challenges obviously has been made a lot worse by the 8-day torture he underwent in Kenya. We all know that for 8 days he was tortured, he was physically beaten, gotten to a point that they actually ruptured one of his eardrum. I don't know whether it's the left or the right.
Yeah, that's called it's a tinnitus, isn't it?
Yes. And also anybody knows what tinnitus is.
Yes, chained to the floor as well.
Exactly. So, which is a crime actually against humanity. Nobody deserves to go through what Onyendu went through, or is still going through. No human being deserves to do that. Not to talk of being an innocent person that has not been convicted. Even a convicted person should not go through what Onyendu is going through. So, we all know that. He has that health challenges made worse by his torture in Kenya. They brought him to Nigeria. They were not giving him food. They stabbed him. We can see the first picture when he came to the court. You can actually see obviously that this man has been stabbed from drinks, from water, from anything. It's so obvious in that first picture that was shown in June. Is in June or July 2021. So there's no doubt that the Nigerian government has worsened the health condition of Onyendu. A man that has tinnitus will not be able to sleep. Sleep deprivation impact a lot on you. On your blood pressure, on everything about your health. It impacts on you, and that is what our Onyendu has been going through all this while. His health condition got so worse at a point that after much pressure from the legal team, he was allowed access to his own private doctor who helped to actually stabilize him to a point. You understand? But those health challenges are still there, and they are getting worse. And as my comrade Dr. Tina observed, you can see all those things written all over Onyendu in his last court appearance on the 8th of October. You can see how he walked in. You can see, his face was swollen. All these are signs of ill health, which is, becoming very, very dangerous. You understand what I mean? Because this whole dangerous game Nigeria government is playing with the health and the well-being of Mazi and the Kanu is really getting to a point that it is becoming clearly very, very dangerous. And if the Nigeria government is really wise, if they go back to from the period they've kidnapped, because I call it kidnap from Kenya, and I start ordinary rendition Onyendu to Nigeria, and see what has become to Nigeria. Nigeria has, clearly been on the downward trajectory concerning any human index you can think of. The life expectancy in Nigeria has worsened. It become one of the worst in the whole world. Nigeria has become the poverty capital of the whole world. Think of it. Nigeria has destroyed almost every institution they have, especially the judiciary. You can, just as you noted at the beginning of this program, that Onyendu was discharged and acquitted since 13th of October 2022. This is 3 years running. And they are still subjecting this innocent man to illegal detention and illegal trial. They can't even obey their own court. They committed international crime to go and kidnap him in Kenya. And all this is backfiring on Nigeria government. I don't know why they continue to do what they are doing. Some of the Nigerian slogan I used to hear now recently is that what APC cannot destroy does not exist. I don't know whether they've now turned that their slogan to now attack Nigeria Medical Association, which I'm a member of. You understand? You see, like the medical profession is a very respected profession. It's a profession that is an ancient profession that are made up of learned men and women, and this profession is guided by high ethical standard. And also, before you can be a member of this profession, you have to take what they call the Hippocratic oath. Every medical personnel is under this Hippocratic oath, and we have ethics guiding this profession. And if you look at what has happened to Onyendu in DSS detention, and what recently happened with the reports that NMA gave, you will see a clear departure from medical ethics and from the oath that doctors have taken. For example, the DSS doctor that wrote a counter report against what a learned and a senior medical practitioner, Professor Martin Ahaj, who physically examined Onyendu, carried out tests on Dr. Nasir Mohammed, you mean? Yes. Yeah. I can't remember his name, but Professor Ahad did the writing, examined Onyendu, did tests, and gave a report, a medical verdict, which is based on high ethical standard. Whereas somebody that also called himself a medical practitioner, we just mentioned his name now, now wrote a counter report against that. That is unethical. Because if you look at it, we are under oath to know that the primary consideration for any to do with anybody or any patient should be your primarily, that is, the well-being of your patient should be your primary concern, regardless of your political leaning or whatever other bias you might have. Even if you are against Onyendu as a person, or you're against whatever he's agitating for, when it comes to his health, you should jettison any bias you have and treat. Of course, every sentiment goes out of the window. Every sentiment goes out of the way. You are under oath. You are to obey that ethics, and it's even not even. It's even against the medical ethics for another doctor to write a report against another doctor's report. You understand? So all these are signs that Nigeria is trying to destroy every institution they have. Even they've now transferred that to Nigerian Medical Association. I hope and I pray that my colleagues should stand up and say no. We have to uphold the standard, the ethical standard of this noble profession, and we should not allow it to come to disrepute. It's very, very important. It's very, very important that medical doctors stand up, because as a medical doctor, you also took oaths. You know, one of the lines in the Hippocratic oath said, "You will, even under threat, the first thing will be the welfare and the well-being of your patient, even under threat." So even if they are threatening these doctors, they should maintain the ethical standard, because that is what they are under oath to do. You know, for example, now the court ordered NMA to carry out an independent medical report on Onyendu, and they did that by obeying the court, which is fine, because as a medical practitioner, you need to obey court order. They obeyed the court order and did their job, but rather than submit the report, that is where they went against ethics and their oath. Rather than submit the report to the court that ordered them to do the job, which is the right thing, they submitted the report to the Attorney General's office. Who is a political appointee. Exactly. That is very wrong and against medical ethics. One, that's against Onyendu's right to confidentiality. You cannot submit anybody's medical report to another person except the court, except the person gives you the go-ahead to do so, which I believe Onyendu did not. So submitting that report to the Attorney General office is a clear breach of Onyendu's right of medical confidentiality. You see, and the reason why they did this, nobody told me this, but I can work it out, is because they were threatened. The government must have threatened this panel of doctors that they must submit it to them, because the Attorney General knew that they were not going to bring that. So that the politicians will talk what the doctors have already written. Apart from even the risk of doctoring it, you can see that they didn't submit it to the court. That is why the court was adjourned. They knew they were going to hold it back. Because if they had submitted it to the court wouldn't have said, "Oh, we don't have the report, so we have to adjourn the case." You see it now. So the Attorney General proposed we should hold that report. Game started. Exactly. They're playing games. So you can see all the games they're playing. It's very.
I am sorry to interject, but please allow me, because I really now have a question. I asked a particular question on the show yesterday, and I really would like Dr. I want to say your name. Dr. Ekekwe. I want you to please give me an answer. Why is the Nigerian Medical Association even involved? My question, why I ask this question is, are they selecting particular specialized specialties to go and see Onyendu? And which specialties have they chosen? What about patients' rights? You have a right. Which ones have they chosen? Why are they choosing? Because there has to be a preliminary. There has to be a preliminary, because on this show last weekend, Lolo said to you, and I hope I quote this right. Lolo said to you that they already have a medical report. Why are they looking for more? Now, absolutely. I asked the doctor, why are they, who asked them? Did Onyendu give them permission to say, or did the previous report tell them which specialties they will now select from the Nigerian Medical Association's group to send back to Onyendu to really get the proper report? I am asking because I don't know. How can Nigeria put themselves out like this? Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Wada. Yes. I'll answer your question. One, I don't have any blame for NMA or doctors for carrying out a court order, because they were ordered by a valid court to undertake that medical examination. You understand? And nobody, if you, as a doctor, if you get a court order and you don't carry out, then you're in violation of court order. So nobody wants to be in that position. So I don't blame the doctors for doing that. As I said earlier on in my opening statement, that Nigeria have destroyed practically every known institution. Even the judiciary have been destroyed, and they've moved now to destroy the medical profession too, because I don't know, of any value that is to a country to keep on destroying everything in their country, because this is obviously what they are doing. A doctor has given a report, even though they are conflicting reports, let's put it that way, which is against ethics anyway. But in Nigeria, anything happens, things that you cannot imagine does happen in Nigeria. So, but let's give that to them. Now the court has decided that let's get an independent opinion. Fine, that is good. Independent opinion has been done. According to medical ethics, the doctors shouldn't have submitted a report to the Attorney General office. They should have submitted to the court. But they didn't do that because they were threatened. Nobody told me this, but I can work it out because I know the caliber of people in NMA
you're very correct. On last Sunday, we said that the older DSS doctor, Onyendu's doctor, that Lolo herself even approved, when that doctor went to do some tests on Onyendu, they brought another DSS doctor, not this Nasri Mohammed of a guy, who also did some tests, but the guy confessed that the DSS people put a gun on his head, telling him to doctor report of the other doctor. That's why I said this. So you're not far from the revelation that Lolo gave us last Sunday of what has already happened. Meanwhile, Onyendu also confirmed that, and Lolo also confirmed this, that almost every week they come to draw blood. The amount of blood they have collected from Onyendu in the name of doing tests is even enough to kill somebody. So go ahead,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. You see, what is happening in Nigeria is an aberration. Complete out of it. It's not the normal way things should happen. And I believe because the medical doctors are being threatened, and they are being bullied to go against their ethics, against their oath, which is sad. But one thing the Nigerian government should be very, very careful with is that what they are doing is clear to everybody, and they thinking that they can get away with it. Is funny, because nothing should happen to Onyendu. They should allow him to sort out his health challenges. They should, as a matter of fact, release him unconditionally based on the health reason. Because, as Professor Zokoma said, he can only stand trial. He cannot lie down before trial, or kneel down for trial, or sit for trial. He must stand trial. Mazi is not medically fit as it is now to stand trial. He has so many health challenges that is getting worse on a daily basis because of the condition of his detention. And Nigerian government need to release him unconditionally before anything wrong happens to him. And as Mazi Mworu said yesterday at the broadcast, nothing should happen to him. They should even try to be funny and sentence him, because going that route going to open up all unimaginable consequences, which will vary there, not for the country only, but for the sub-region, for Africa, and for everybody that is concerned. So I will leave it at that. What is happening in Nigeria is against medical ethics, and I'm hoping and praying that my colleagues in Nigeria will stand up and uphold the ethics and the oaths of the profession, which we all swear to protect. Darling.
Mazi, you have delved in so deep, medically and also physically, what we all can see. Only the living can stand trial, and only the healthy, not just existing living, but healthy, can stand trial. It is very obvious that the politicians in the zoo called Nigeria are playing this political poker, and they have now succeeded in getting the medical personnel playing their own medical kalo, all on the health of one person, Nnamdi Kanu. Before I come back to you, Dr. Tina, we've just been joined by another Ezibada Biafra, who has been on this program before. Ezibada Biafra, Barrister Tonia, you are most welcome, ma'am. Kindly greet Biafrans and wonderful listeners from across the globe.
Chineke ga-edomana anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu ya bidokwa one day ọ ga-afụ arịrị kisi ala nna ya. Ya Chineke na mmiri mahịa ọsọ. Ndenu I just a bit late another meeting ba. So because no gbaghara ma just na-egere ma m ga-ekwu ka m eweli aka elu ndewo no nna anyị mega amashi ya gbadatara onye gegani just na ọnọdụ o nwere ndị gegani but adị ka anyị kwuga but anyị so n'azụ anyị nwekwanụ ma anyị ga-ekwu anyị ekwu anyị nwekwanụ ma anyị ga-agbakashi platforms anya no anya bakashimaya but amanuso enna
Ndewo. You're most welcome. Yes. Catch your breath. You will come in at any point that you feel to make contributions. You're most welcome. Right, Dr. Tina Eberechukwu, I'll come back to you because we are still talking about Ndo life, Ndo BC. You haven't heard all Dr. Kekwe said and your own question that you asked as well. First, are you satisfied with the answer? Secondly, I talked about now the medical are playing medical kalo, while the politicians have been playing their political poker with the life of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. How wrong is it for the medical who are under this hypocritical oath? Why it is called hypocritical is what I can never understand. Are they being hypocritical or hypocritic in this their approach with the health of Onyendu? Why must they continue to repeat tests that have already been done? Why are they not considering that Onyendu even when they arrested him the first time in 2015 and detained him at Jefferson, they knew about his medical condition. They knew his medication and that he's been having some underlying health challenges for quite a long time. And Professor Agaji stated categorically in his own medical report that the potassium level is dangerously underlying low, that it can trigger heart failure at any particular point in time. So why would Omotosho still want to confer with his organs at the top, Tinubu, the Attorney General, and all the people that put him in there, before making a simple decision about somebody's health, or rather the lack of it, to stand trial? Ada Biafra.
Mazi, that is a level of conspiracy. You know, yesterday we pointed out this word also, conspiracy. We have to keep this in mind because what does Nigeria stand to gain? Why are they conspiring together? Why is even the medical system now that has been co-opted into this dangerous game that Nigeria is playing with our leaders' life? Why are they not doing something like my brother just now said? Dr. Ekekwe just said, I hope they remember their oath. They took an oath to save life. They took an oath to even take whatever is coming to them to be sure to save the life of a patient. And we know that everywhere we live in the world, that's the same oath that most medical doctors take. They will not ask you questions. They will consider your maladies first. They will make sure to save your life before they ask any questions. What does Nigeria stand to gain? Nigeria does not even mind to see that their reputation is trashed in the world. They are still insisting on holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They're still insisting on not seeing that he is ill, that they knew that he was ill. Just like you said, even the first time they arrested him, they were aware of his conditions. But today they're playing like a game of chicken and eggs, like they have never heard it before. They have never heard of this because now they know time is of essence. We Biafrans know, because we are looking at our leader. Time is of essence. But look at Omoto Shaw, just like you called him. He's going back to his masters who gave him a job. So he's going back and forth instead of being a lawyer. Did he not take an oath? They have actually destroyed the judiciary system in Nigeria. Now they are beginning to trash the medical system in Nigeria so that there is no system in Nigeria that stands and can work. The only thing that works in Nigeria is bribery, corruption, and Islamization. And let me submit that. Let me actually repeat it so that everybody will hear me clearly. The only thing that really works in Nigeria is corruption, bribery, Islamization, agenda. That's the only thing that works. And if you submit to it, they'll make you rich. If you say no in any kind of way, they'll make you poor. Or they kill you. Even worse, they'll kill you. Isn't this the same Nigeria who has let other people go, even travel out of the country to seek medical attention while they were in their prison before?
And their own president goes out of medical tourism every 2 months.
Let's just not even call all these touts that they call ministers and governors and touts everywhere. Complete tout. But what I'm asking now is that this government or this system of government that they have in Nigeria have let other prisoners even leave the country to seek medical attention and return. But they will not let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go to their aspirin-lacking medical system in Abuja to see about himself. And that's another thing I need to add to this. We completely reject the offer to have him go to Abuja Hospital to see about anything that is ailing him right now. Because these hospitals that they have in the country don't have aspirins, they don't have common aspirins, they don't have clean syringes, they don't have clean facilities. Their doctors are less
I call them mere consulting clinics, and that's exactly what they do.
That's what they are. And their doctors and nurses are so laissez-faire, they don't care about human life. Like we saw with our sister who fell to her death from when the terrorists came to kill her, fell to her death and was alive when she was taken to the hospital. The nurses and the doctors didn't rush to her side and try to save her. They let her sit there because they didn't have her identity, and she died. And before the people could bring her identity, she was already in the morgue. I am telling you that Nigeria is not a system of any kind that can have anybody survive. So this is the same kind of hospital that they're trying to have our leader go to in Nigeria. And we're actually having the Nigeria Medical Association team of doctors to ascertain for this Mohammed Nasiru. Nasiru wants to say that anybody else who has given a medical report in the past didn't get the right one, that we need one from a team of doctors that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not have any choice in choosing to come and examine him and then submit the examination report to Tinubu and somebody else in their office who can actually read it, because we know Tinubu cannot read. We know that. I can prove it. Where is his certificate? As an educator, you don't know how much this annoys me, that somebody is ruling and governing Nigeria, don't have a certificate in the world. If he has any, is actually fudged and under somebody else's name. And nobody, we swept it under the rug. And of course, the United States of America government, my place, my people, they help you sweep it under the rug because it benefits them. They can do whatever they want with you because they know that you don't merit the office that you're holding. But all of this combined is just letting us know that Nigeria does not want an Igbo man, this particular Igbo man, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to survive in any way. Why are they wasting time? They're wasting time. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu already called it, and Lola doubled down on it last Sunday, and we know what they're trying to do. But like my sister just came here fresh from another meeting and said, this time, this Chukwokikabiama that we have been calling on, we'll have to prove them wrong. Yes. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has to survive any kind of punishment, really, that they're meting out to him. He has to be able to stand trial, and he cannot lie down. He cannot be kneeling to do whatever they want. He has to stand trial. And they will push this trial, and that's when we will blow Nigeria out of their stinking water, because Nigeria has no leg to stand on to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Can you imagine today? Even today, man, is nice. Even today, somebody in Nigeria wrote, and I know that Lolo answered him immediately, wrote that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed terrorism and all kinds of acts in the eastern region and all across Nigeria. That's why Nigeria government is holding him. And Lolo immediately fired back and said, Nigeria does not have proof of anything, that the only instrument that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that he will use to destroy Nigeria was the microphone, and that's all he has used, nothing else. So Nigeria has no leg to stand to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when their own court have discharged and acquitted him because they couldn't find anything. We will destroy Nigeria. That's where we stand. He said, actually, Biafra, I heaved a huge sigh of relief last Sunday when Oyendus wife, Loluchechi Game Okukano, disclosed live on air on our program that there is no way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be taken to the National Hospital in Abuja, because I was really worried about that place. Exactly. Given his poor record, especially of our people. I've taken time to do, study the situation of how many prominent or notable Biafrans that have gone there and never came out alive in the last few years. So I don't trust them. I actually heard you say that, and I want to tell Lolo that we all stand behind her to say that and also medical report, that would be a violation of their own confidentiality, as well as the secrecy of a secret service, which the DSS is. You cannot disclose to the public your operations
where you're taking your captive to, so that tomorrow Boko Haram will invade that hospital that has no security. You know, I don't get it. So it's a non-starter anyway.
Apart from that, Mazi, nice. Let me just say, drop this here now because I'm in the medical profession. Yeah, I have colleagues in Nigeria. See, the kind of facility we have in Nigeria cannot even deal with Onyendu's health challenges. We all know that the medical facility in the UK, which Onyendu is used to, which Onyendu has been exposed to, is not available in Nigeria. If it's available in Nigeria, where is the lack of Tinubu or all other politicians in Nigeria? When they have headache, they jump into the plane and come over to
even Aisha Buhari complained about the Aso Rock Clinic, which is supposed to be
Aso Rock Clinic, they spend billions in, but there's nothing there. I have a colleague that works in Aso Rock National Hospital. I can tell you about it. There's nothing there. So if there's nothing in the whole Aso Rock Villa Clinic, then you can imagine what is happening in National Hospital. So there's no way we will get any fair treatment there.
Tinubu's wife, just a second, Tinubu's wife is raising money to continue to build that Aso Rock.
Absolutely, that was a pet project, isn't it?
Yes. How can you be raising money to build a national hospital that has been there for many years?
And that Nigeria is a joke. Thank you very much. Mazi Onukafo, we didn't sideline you. Let's just talk a little bit before we move into the political poker itself. Doesn't Onyendu deserve medical justice? Let's put it in that phrase. I know a charity that goes by that name. Given all this situation already, why would Omotosho doubt? Because what actually got on me, I have to be honest, is the fact that Omotosho displayed exactly what Lolo disclosed that happened before Omotosho came. That Omotosho openly, he didn't disguise it, doubted the medical report that Prof. Saraj did, and even mockingly said that Onyendu is all right. Remember when he resumed on the 8th, he said, he cut short his vacation because of the medical situation of his brother. You know, his brother being Onyendu as Nnamdi Kanu. And then this is the same man that said he was going to do expedited hearing, claiming that Onyendu has suffered for too long, but he is going the trajectory of Binta Nyako. It probably worse than Binta Nyako, or to be honest. Because I believe that if Binta Nyako didn't have the mess that the rope, the news they tied on her neck because of her husband and her son corruption charges, which the government had been using to blackmail her, I believe that woman may be able to give a fairer judgment. But Omotosho, I know Omotosho from my youth service years in Lagos. These are all Tinubu boys. And they can never be up to any good. You know, people, sometimes I laugh at people who defend Nigeria. If you have any clue about what Nigeria is, if in your youth you lived in Nigeria and you were able to interact maybe as a student or a student leader, you moved around Nigeria, you will never ever in your whole wide world defend that dead contraption, which has expired anyway since 2014. You can never ever defend Nigeria. So why can't Onyendu get medical justice, Mazi? Why can't they simply say, based on the situation right now, that the best option is for this young man to go on medical grounds? Why is it difficult?
It's difficult because it is all game, like you said in the caption of this discussion. They are playing poker with his life. It's the replacement of Binta Nyako, which is Omotosho. Is somebody they have also bought over even before he started. So that's why he started with lie. He lied. He said he is going to place the case on accelerated hearing. And everyone can see, even those who say they love Nigeria, they can see that even the judge
everyone can see how long it has taken him, and he's not even done with the case. And they say he has Mazi Nnamdi has a case to answer. What is the case? That's the question. That you cannot finish within how many years now? What is the case? And before he even left Nigeria the other time, he was appearing in court, and they instead decided to come and kill him to stop the court proceeding, because they know that they don't have any case. So this is just a continuation of the same nonsense. So when you go, you kidnap a man, and you bring the same man in front of a judge. The judge do not ask, where did you bring him from? At least to know what has transpired. And this man is complaining that he was beaten, he was taken hostage, he was blindfolded, everything. He was given a sort of acid or something very acidic they gave to him. So the judge that is really just, we start asking questions. And again, Mazi, this same judge has given order so many times, and it was not obeyed, and he's saying nothing. Just the same like Binta Nyako. And you think every reasonable man or woman, we respect him. When he is dancing the tune of the Nigerian government that has been, the things that make them human being has been taken away. So, as you heard when a judge in Canada called all of them terrorists. So this so-called Nigerian government, they all have blood in their hands, and they don't have human feelings. So this is why they are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They can see that he's very, very ill. In the last appearance, just like my colleague said, he looked very, very ill. We were all worried about it. So, but these so-called leaders they claim not to see that the man they are holding, claiming to be judging or claiming to be trying, is very sick and need medical attention. Omotosho couldn't even see it. Omotosho cannot see it. You see, Yoruba. He wants to have more and more examination before he can accept that he's ill. Exactly. You see Yoruba. You see those in the north that claim what they call takia, whatever they call it. Yoruba is the same people with them. Lie. It's only the Igbo politicians that have decided to be stupid in what they are playing in that contraption they call politics. So this set of people in the called Igbo politicians, they have remained very, very daft. I'm sorry to say it to them, but they are. Because what is playing in Nigeria, if they are reasonable enough, they will come up to start asking questions, to start talking, to at least defend their own. So a Yoruba man coming to tell a lie, calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu his brother, what does it tell you? He's lying again. And after calling him his brother, he didn't also release him, at least on health ground. Though he has no case, he's supposed to be released totally. I mean, the charge and acquitted. That's the thing. Without any condition. He's denied legal justice. He's denied political justice. He's even denied medical justice. What an aberration. What an aberration. I mean, I don't know what to say about Nigeria in this regard. But as you rightly said, Mazi, everybody have seen it now. Everybody can smell it now. This is why Omoyele Sowore, through the challenge he did, and I really commend him. He proved himself to be one of my comrades as a former student leader as well. I know also that he can be political. He can be, nobody's perfect, but at least that challenge he has thrown is very commendable. And he went further to say that after he threw the challenge, he got a lot of threats and calls. Then he started calling politicians to support or buy into this. Unfortunately, it's our own evil politician, so show already revealed. I'm going to contact him to have a one-on-one with him. Show already revealed that our own evil politicians have been dodging his call. It was I put it in our news beat tonight. And the few who have answered have not done anything beyond rhetorics. It's politicians from elsewhere that we are seeing. Atiku Abubakar, he may not be perfect, but he's come out to say something open. P2B, since he's been gallivanting, playing good American all over the zoo, has not had the balls to speak about Nnamdi Kanu in clear terms. Now, Rabo Razulin or just sound bias. But I'll come back to you because this political game always rear its ugly head. We saw it in the case of Hope Uzodinma rogue election, and we are seeing another election coming up soon, where these people will come out in the daytime. They speak, release Mazi and the Kanu, release Mazi and the Kanu. At the night time, in their nocturnal devilish meetings, they go to say, oh, no, keep him there. He's going to spoil our garden when he comes out. Now, this election we want to rig. So, you are from Anambra State, Dr. Kekwe. I don't believe in statism. I don't believe in all those bullshit, tribalism, and all the nonsense they created. But we see this political poker. They play it on state level, on moral levels, before they even go to the national. And then at the end of the day, the people at the national are looking at us and mocking us as those who have sold their brother. Don't forget, anybody who sells his brother, even the buyer, will never trust you. So the treachery and betrayal starts from our own home, in our own kitchen. Is this game, political poker, not being played in our own kitchen? Dr. Kekwe?
Mazi, you see, I will start by saying that our politicians in the southeast are not what I call real politicians, because politics is local. Politics means you want the well-being of the people around, the people you represent. That is politics. But what has happened in Nigeria, unfortunately, is that gradually, over the years, without it being in the open, the owners of Nigeria, in quotes, so to say, that is the political owners of Nigeria, which, whether we like it or not, we have to say it the way it is the Fulani oligarchy. The oligarchs in Fulani with their foreign masters has gradually captured the southeast political class and have them in their pocket. Most of the politicians we have these days representing us were handpicked for us. Most of them that represent us, with a few, I'm not saying everybody, but most of them at every level.
You're very correct. More than 95% of them.
You can see what happened in the States.
We saw when Honorable Obi Agocha, the representative from Oyindu's constituency, Kwano, Omahia South and Omahia North Federal Constituency, who is, by the way, Oyindu's classmate at Government College Jumaya, was raising the case of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the floor of the House of Reps. Empty chamber. Even our own Southeast politicians, they all walked away to Jeba Ashelinapon and they call test their girlfriends. Go ahead.
So you can see what I mean. You can see, look at what happened in Imo State. You understand? Hediora was the one that won the election. That is the choice of the people. But did that choice stand? No. Abuja removed Hediora and put Hope Uzodinma. We can all see what is happening in Imo State. That's a discussion for another day. If you look at also what happened when Obasanjo was the president, when the issue of Ngige, we all know what happened. That did not stand because the people of Anambra State that time stood up and said, no, this will not happen. You understand? That is just a testimony that our political leaders are handpicked from Abuja and given to us. So these people will always have their allegiance to the people that handpicked them and put them there. So they had nothing to do with us. That is what is why what is happening in the Southeast is happening. Most of the politicians, including Anambra State current governor, in their secret heart, as an Igbo man that they are, they would love to have Mazi and Kanu out tomorrow. They want that to happen. But the problem is that they have sworn allegiance to Abuja and co. So because of that, they are compromised. So they can only pay lip service to our leader being released, but they cannot come openly to do what it takes to release him. Contrast that with Southwest. Let me land on. Let me put this point here. Contrast that with Southwest. You can see what happened when Sunday Igboho was arrested in Benin Republic. You can see how all the Yoruba politicians, even including the former president Obasanjo, they all openly canvassed, worked for him to be released. But can any of our Igbo politicians do that? They cannot. They're even afraid to say it. They're so afraid. But what I'm telling them today is that the days of fear should be over. IPOB is here now. IPOB has become a strong international organization. IPOB has become, even I can say it, we are not even a state actor. So all politicians should know that they have a kind of umbrella they can go under to have some protection, so they can have the ball to do what they need to do. If they are wise, because they are representing us in Abuja, so they should come out openly, boldly, without any fear, and tell Nigerian government enough is enough. This marginalization of Ndi Igbo is enough. They should come up as Igbo men. They are. They should become fearless as an Igbo man should be. If they are playing those tricky and they are hiding, now somebody has called them out.
Please,
especially now that somebody has called them out, they have the greatest opportunity now to showcase that they can do what needs to be done. So let's bring Biafra in. Or else. Yeah. Thank you. Let's bring another Biafra in. Okay, thank you. Yes. And then Biafra, thanks for your patience. I know your hands have been up. I was going to bring you on, but just your general view about what is happening to Oyendu, the game that Nigeria is playing. Because I had no longer chichoga amenting. Because Soto no Igbo, but I am with a lot of listeners. That itself is quite annoying, but I will have to, because we need people to understand the plight. We need people to understand why we are here at this time of the day talking about the same thing, like we are chasing our tails. We need people to understand that this is not a joke. This is a reality. This is somebody's life. This is somebody's nation. Somebody has picked up the gauntlet to say, listen, we want nothing but peace. We want nothing but to be able to stand and be human. We hate being dehumanized. If you don't want us as part of your nation, hello, good. Allow us to go back to our own place and ruffle it up. People need to understand that as sons of the soil, we Biafrans,
Oh yeah, I'm going back to Igbo again. We Biafrans, they came to our land. They raped us because we did not have the type of weapons that they were supplied with from all over the world. Yet we stood our ground. They should have been able to eliminate us with one of their weapons. They were not able to. With our intelligence, we're able to build our own war weapons. Not suitable to match theirs, but however, quite effective to do as much damage as it has done to them. Absolutely. I get so frustrated. I belong to a group called Obako. One of our members posted something where some people were talking about Nigeria being this, that. I was excited because I'm not a Nigerian. I'm a Biafran. I don't possess a Nigerian passport. Do you understand? Never have done, never will do. I'll keep paying visa to go to East. I'll keep doing that. Do you understand? My mother died. None of us should go to. Do you understand? My mother died with the impression that Biafra would come, and she sold that thought to us, and we are all standing in the same thing. When you talk about these governors, these cowards, that's what I call them. There isn't any of them that I will see anywhere and be able to give respect to. None. With the exception of Ihedioha. I managed to get to know him personally and his flight. We fought for him when he was in the campaign. Igbo women movement in the whole of the diaspora, we came together and we fought for him to be, because we believed in him. And we yes, you did. I was aware, yeah. And we believe that he can make a difference. Still today, we still support the cause. We still do. However, it's so disheartening when I see every single governor, with the exception of is it the Enugu guy and Nanyoti? Yeah, Alex Oti. Yeah, Alex Oti, Nanyoti, and the Enugu guy, one Enugu guy, yeah. And I'm so proud of them. Nanyuku, is his name Araribe or something? Abaribe. Yes. I also admire this man so much. I admire his tenacity. If you want to kill me, kill me. But I will stand for the truth. I will speak the truth. So if he can come out, and we invited him to a program we had in England in 2021. He came boldly, he spoke boldly, we gave him an award boldly. The guy is not afraid. If you want to kill him, kill him. He will die for the cause. This is what I'm expecting every Igbo person to do. They can never kill all of us. How much are they paying them for heaven's sake? That they would deny their own brother and sell their brother. And so every time I see Onyendo, I'll soon be 70 years old. I'll soon be 70 years old. Every time I see that young man, tears for my eye. I ask God, please, don't let him die in prison. Bring him out. Yana for Abe, he said, ehere ga-emere ekwensu ozugbo ndị Igbo niile amara na ihe mega na onye chara ya ma onye ahụ onye ụwa. Every Igbo Biafran person knows that this young man is still in there because Britain has said so he will never come out. It's not the Nigerian government that is keeping him there. They are all, it's not even Tiffany Boo. They cannot move unless Britain say move. What can we do in Britain here to frustrate them so much so that the world will pay attention? I want to know what we can do to move the hands of time. I told you guys last time I came, it happened in the 60s. I was part of it. Nice, I sent you pictures of my father carrying. Yes. He wasn't governed. Every week, my father will be arrested. Up he was in Adamaga, number 10 Downing Street. Mwaparake Gowan, Mwaparake Harold Wilson. That's how united the world. What made the Igbos of that early Biafra different from now? Black everybody just telling story. And you go behind clothes or you talk your own. Social media, that's all. You know, but you haven't got the guts. You haven't got the guts to come out. How many of us can come out? I need to be about 10 is effective. Let's start somewhere. Let's stop looking at governance. Let's stop looking at Onye and Onye. Igbo women movement worldwide, we decided we were going to make a difference in Biafra. We decided to be physically doing things in the 7 geographic states as Biafra, including rivers na Delta. Delta, yeah. Providing for them, taking care here and there, training. I said because you don't have to feel because these are things we should be doing for ourselves, not talking all the time. Let's come out and start something. I don't know. I say to dropping this point here so that people we're talking too much and it's frustrating me. And they're not interested. We who are interested, they start somewhere. Let's start. We get somewhere, but too much talking. We don't need the governance of this world. We don't need them because they're not exactly helping. Or this last minute.com Uzojo Hopumi made something. They followed the Alex Oti. I went to Abia. I stayed in Abia for 5 weeks. Light. And almost for 2 weeks. I was not bitten by a mosquito. Light was on. As you're driving, they've got these solar lights everywhere, nice and clean. That is from the NDDC anyway. My cousin that came from Canada tonight is on some of those projects. It's happening. We commend that, but we need to do more, as you rightly said. We need to. The utmost we'll do is the restoration of Biafra. And here we've been speaking for long, as we said, but we have to still talk. The bottom line remains that as long as we are under this evil contraption called Nigeria will always happen to us. No, I pray to differ. We can be inside it. We can be inside it and work within the inside. Alex Oti, is it not in Nigeria, but working? I know Biafra. Yeah, well, we are talking of physical development, but other forms of development. And then the human development. Alex is doing physical, is doing everything. Anyway, that is the subject for another day. Thank you, Ada Biafra, for that contribution. Okay, I'm sorry, because I need to excuse myself now because because I remember the 60s, how it was handled. And when I'm looking at the 60s till now, I'm like, what went drastically wrong? Is it lack of unity? In those days, we spoke as one, we moved as one, everything that was done as one. Yes, before we get up, I was going to ask you, what is your thought about the Showore challenge? That is a topic we discussed more. It's very, very embarrassing. That's only the other person that got there from my hearing. It's very embarrassing because what he's saying is actually mocking us. He's mocking us, but we gave him the right to mock us. That this guy will stand and call that Igbo governance. It's not that he doesn't know what he's saying. And none of them can come out and say, is the right, is this. Only Nanyuku, what's his name? Araribe. What's his name again? Abaribe. Yeah, you put Abaribe. Hey, that's it. Do you understand? He was the only one bold enough to say, wherever you want to go, I will be there with you. Do you understand? But it's very embarrassing. Onasha, if we could have heard this guy, even though it's a joke, we could have turned it to our favor. Since he called us out, we should have been able to answer. I think he knows that we will never answer the call because we are not bold enough. And once again, somebody like that non-entity, a user, and you stand there on a platform, okay, nobody is willing. How can we be saying we want him out, yet we're not bold enough to speak as one, move as one, cry as one? Even our politicians are dodging his call, according to him. Yes. No, it's not. It's not. Lion, I'm on our throw. It's not just a shame. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Or embarrassing that an infidel. I go on our throw. Thank you for popping in. Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Bless you. Have an amazing day. They will know. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Ada Biafra, Tina, Everechuku, taking on from where our beloved sister, Aristotonia, dropped. What might we do now to end this political poker? Every game has an end. So what is the end game? I am so happy. I like the way she roared in and she told it like it is and like it should be. And that is what I want that name. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, when we show up, we show our heart. We are not constrained by all this politics and the guy who called him. Because I know you know magim gammiri no mama ya magi kwa aga man god no zere miria. I am magi when miri bayano pubogro in Alibo. And it was after the war. Look at what Dr. Onyeka Ekekwe submitted. These people can run under IPOB and gain back their brain, gain back their balls, gain back their respect and their integrity if they wish. And we are proposing that they do it today, that they do it now, that they do it while Shawore is poking them in the eyes. This is the right time for them to do this. If they don't run into under IPOB, because I won't do Jishagombo, Ashika and why Ashika Ichewe. If they don't run I got wish you. Just like my sister just spoke, those people who died and made something out of nothing and held back the world for 3 years. Do you think that they are fools? Will we ever stop talking about them? Did they not die for something? I'd rather die for something than to live for nothing. This is Biafra that we're talking about. Many of the people, I lost people that around me that now I am beginning to know more and more and more about. But I lost especially my uncle from my mother's side. And I know how, when I was growing up, that my mother suffered to train both my family and their family to make sure that those children got somewhere. And today they're all doing well because my mother suffered double to raise almost 3 families because there were many of them. I am telling you that Ada Biafra told us the truth. We held back. We fought back the world with locally made weapons. They didn't think we can do it. We did it. Effective. And nearly defeated them. If it wasn't that the world ganged up on us, if it wasn't that even people who were enemies
colluded together to fight against Biafra, there would have not even been a Biafra movement today. There would have been a Biafran sovereign nation way before now. But the world ganged up and reconciled themselves, even when they were enemies, because somebody talked them into becoming friends to fight Biafra. And that was the case of Britain. And Britain, in it, is an evil empire. The next evil empire I know in the world is the British government. And I am saying it from, where I am saying it from their best friend in the world. But when not standing for something, standing for nothing is not living a life.
Absolutely.
So I am when they defeated us after 3 years of stemming them back. And that's why today they can act like slaves and go and accept bribery. What did I tell you? The problem of Nigeria is bribery, corruption, and I called it Islamization, but it's really Fulanization. That's their problem. And that's what they have sold to people like Uzodinjo. Uzodinjo being an illiterate who could not complete a high school education. And I am saying this because my mother-in-law told me. My mother-in-law told me that my father-in-law was constantly in court because of the relationship that he had with his father, trying to bail him out of one trouble or the other. This 419er from the get-go is now the person killing our people in our own homes in Olu province. And I said, now look at feeding the python. After you feed the python comes back to swallow you. And that's exactly what happened. So do not tell me that we don't know what is happening. What is happening is exactly the submission of Dr. Ekekwe. They go, they accept bribe, they accept luxury, they accept whatever. They don't even qualify for their position. They're giving the position. And our enemies, knowing us so well, knew to give the weak-minded of us, the criminals among us, chose them to become our leaders and our rulers in our land. And that's how they sold us and sold their souls. But we're asking them, just like Doctor said, run under IPOB, will protect you and will save Igbo land at last. Because they don't know a way out. They don't know a way out. They have no voice. They have already ate that forbidden fruit. How can they come back now? Shameful, shameless idiots that we have for sons. And these are not sons at all. Our daughters are much better than you. And that's what is happening. And that's where we are. And like we have the solution that the doctor said this afternoon is the only thing that will save us. IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, or nothing. Otherwise, and this is what Mazi Isaiah said one time ago. And Hannah type if even in a Zopota Hana, but we well, the Jews, the Hebrew scholars, the lost tribe of the Jews, aren't we? Well, I actually we want to we have decided that we will not be lost. IPOB, in short, even items that are lost. There's still an anger out there, or a corner, comical called lost and found, or lost but found. Yes, I get you. Must be found. Exactly. And these people that are calling us lost tribe, they're the ones lost. We're the original people. And anybody who knows them should be telling them that too. That we are the original people. They lost. They're somewhere in the Sahara, in the desert somewhere, fighting Palestinians to even today as we speak. Who is lost? Thank you very much. Right now, we've been called out.
Yes, shameful as it may, that is coming from somebody we might say shouldn't really have a say in this. But it is what it is. Now that challenge is out there. Is that a way to end this poker? I, for one, have a lot of perceptions to this and also perspectives. I believe in action, enough of rhetoric. As Ada Biafra, Tonya just said before she bid us goodbye or good night, enough of talking. We need more work. And that work is this march to Asorok. Is that a way of ending this political poker? Because we have lost every faith in the judiciary, in the courts. Omotosho and Tinubu and all their cohorts have a chance this Thursday. I've been talking about soft landing on this program endlessly. We have bought the biggest mattress on earth with spring and water foam even combined to help them have the softest of landing. Still, these people are hell-bent on head crashing. After Thursday is now the call for 20th Asorok March, a way of ending this poker. Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. Nice, it's one of the ways we can take, because I believe that continued agitation and protest is something we must keep doing. As they are holding Mazi and Kanu, what we do matters. And if we don't keep pushing them, they may not let go of him. Because these people who are handling Nigeria today, they are all agents of the West. So it is regrettable that most people that are working for Nigeria today do not know that they are working for some set of people, that Nigeria is like a company, not a country. The place called Nigeria is just geographical area. It's not. They are just doing business, Mazi. And the name Nigeria that you stay here is the Oye in Biafra land. That is the name. And it is a shame that Igbo politicians do not know this. Or even though they know, they have given up. Because we find ourselves in a country that do not accept us, but they accept everything God has blessed us with. The Biafrans are blessed people. No gainsaying about it. We are blessed, but by what nature can give, and we are blessed, in every ramification. We are endowed with wisdom. But it's a shame that this crop of politicians today are dragging us down. They are bringing shame to us and to themselves. But this is a time for them to start to redeem themselves. Sowore has brought a challenge to their doorsteps. So they will not continue to tell us, oh, we are speaking with Abuja, we are talking with Tinubu, we are negotiating, we are doing this. We want to see them now. Let them prove themselves. We want to see them come out to show that they are actually
pushing and they're requesting for Mazi and the Kanu to be released. So I don't know what they understand or understood as politics. But if anyone claim to be playing politics and the people he claimed to lead are suffering, and whatever he's doing is not in line with what the people want, I doubt what kind of politics the person is playing. Because our people has been crying, we want freedom from this God-forsaken country. But this set of people, because they were handpicked by the same enemies, they don't see what we are seeing. So this is a time again for everyone to see them as they are. Because this challenge, we expect them to come up to Abuja and make the request, our leader. Because they have been hiding and it seems like nobody is seeing them. But it's good, because when you become too weak, that those who are actually supposed to take advice from you are the ones giving you advice, then I think maybe it's high time for you to start waking up. Those called Ohanes and Igbo, they have been moved. They are no longer talking. The Igbo properties has been destroyed in Abuja. Tinubu is not saying anything about it. The Ohanes and Igbo is moved. They don't have any voice anymore. Igbo politicians, some of them have gone there to move around. We don't know the benefit of that, moving around. So we are all watching them. But the issue here is that the day of reckoning will come. I so much believe it will come. Mazi and the Kanu, they are allowing to perish. Is a man who wants the freedom of our people and the freedom of everyone. I remember when he said something on Radio Biafra. He said that what motivated him is that when he comes back home to Biafra land, he see a lot of people to help, and he wish he can really help them all. But no matter how he tries to do, he still see that a lot needed to be done, and the most of these whole things lies on the government. So if we have a government, our people will lack job, because we talk about how to get our people to be, living the way they should, because our people are not lazy people. So the seaports, airports that they are denying us, if these men that call themselves politicians are for us, we should be hearing them talking about that, agitating even more than us. So, but they want to make themselves enemy of we who are even asking for the freedom of our people. They want to make themselves enemy of the people they're supposed to lead. We still pray for them, if I may use the word pray, that they change today and behave like those who gave birth to them. Because if the Biafrans that we are at the helm of affairs before them, we are like them, I don't think they will even be alive, not to talk of getting whatever they think they can get today. But I want also to tell them that it's not all about money. It's not all about money. It's about you being a human being. And what makes you a human being is the ability to reason. If you cannot reason, then you are not qualified to be a human being. Maybe you should be an animal. I'm sorry if anybody get offended, but if you can reason, you don't suppose you are not qualified to be called a human being. So in this case, our people are being destroyed. The military can come at will and shoot anybody and go, and they can hold the man who has done nothing for 4 good years. Anybody sitting at the fence right now is actually the criminal, and is actually a killer. It's up to them to prove themselves from now. IPOB is not their problem. We are not fighting anybody. Rather, we say that our land should be our own and we must live in that land. Since Nigeria do not want us to be part of them, we want to be on our own. We think we have right to be free as a people. So if they want to prove themselves, now I think this is the time. Let them redeem themselves by marching to Abuja and requesting for the release of our leader. That's the only thing they can do for us. If they don't, when we are remembering our enemies, maybe we will also not forget to remember their role and what they showed us that they are for real. So this is what I will say. The protest, I thank Sowore, honestly, because what we do in IPOB is if you do well, we thank you. If you do bad, we criticize you. We are whiter than white. So we so much appreciate him for even coming up to talk about the release of our leader. And that's typically what Mazi does. Mazi defends justice. Exactly. If this case were to be reversed, if Sowore were to be in this illegal incarceration for this long, and this thing comes only do exactly the same, even more. He did it during the NSAS, don't forget. And what a coincidence that this Sowore's call is coming on the 5th anniversary of NSAS. I know some people who prefer to be negative or a bit more, I don't know the right word to use now about it, are already tapping on the negative buttons. But I totally endorse what you're saying. We should be seeing it not from our own personal mindset, but from the mindset of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Exactly, Mazi. And the Nigerians as well, they have seen what their government has become. They have virtually destroyed every institution that can make them to be attributed as, to be called a nation or a country. That is if they are qualified. But so what I'm saying here is that Nigerians, they can see that the government they have been supporting have failed woefully. The injustice is now very high. So it is up to them as well to match up in this protest and say, hey, we need justice. Because if you say it doesn't concern you, tomorrow it will concern you. Because the shooting of protesters started with IPOB. They were doing that, they were doing, even before they now did the one they did in Lekki, Lagos. So if you support injustice, it will reach you. So these governors we are calling, I want also to ask them one question. If their enemy, their friends today, turns tomorrow to be their enemy, who will stand for them? I will just stop here. It's up to them to think. Because when you are supporting injustice, you must also think, when it comes to you, who will speak for you? So you better speak for others, so that if it happened to you, others will speak for you. So the whole Nigerians should as well march to Abuja and tell these wicked men to allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go. If there is no the fact that they are now romancing with a criminal terrorists, they have no moral justification to continue holding innocent man. Thank you, my dear brother. Injustice to one is injustice to all. This is the UK Timeout on Radio Biafra. You're listening to us, coming to you live tonight from our hallowed platform, Radio Biafra, where we spread nothing but the gospel of truth. The only weapon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB family members worldwide have in our arsenal to defeat Nigeria and the zoo is truth. And that is the ballistic missile we are firing here on the UK Timeout on Radio Biafra. I have my distinguished panel of Dr. Ebere Chukwu, Tina, all the way from the United States, Mazi Stan Onukafo, our national coordinator in Sweden, and Mazi Dr. Onyeka Ikekwe, my able deputy, UK Deputy National Coordinator, here in the studios. Earlier on, we had our beloved sister, a true Biafran who has tonight declared that she has only one identity, Biafra. She has never had Nigerian passport, and we never. We are talking about somebody who is now, sorry to say on air, going to her 70s already, saying this every time she travels to Biafra land or anywhere near the enclave called Nigeria, she obtains her visa. I think that is the next diplomatic action that I've said this once here on this program. I think it was when Lolo Aramonde came on and we explored that option. Maybe that is the next level. If we are all sincere about really restoring Biafra, we must take some action beyond rhetoric, and that also includes some diplomatic sanction on Nigeria and total denial of that fake ID or false identity that has been hoisted on us, because we must de-brainwash our people. Opportunity is knocking at the door to get Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out, because it has become very clear there is no legal solution. The political solution, they waved like a flag, a camouflage in front of us, is nothing but another card, another ace they have in their poker game. But this game must come to an end, because every game has an end game or end move. And the question now is, what is the end move? But take it, I'll return to you before, because we're going to hit the home stretch in a few minutes from now. Our sister, Barrister Tina, before she left, mentioned about carrying coffees to 10 Downing Street. And I know that in the UK here, we are also strategizing. Tomorrow we are meeting the executive, we'll meet the cabinet. And I know we won't let all the cat out of the bag, but is this show a call out? And the anniversary of NSAS, which is a non-tribal or there was nothing sensational about NSAS. It was a universal call by those who felt concerned. And this one now sounds like a universal call. It's not only for Biafrans, but for every lover of freedom, everybody with a conscience to say enough is enough. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now. And what must we in diaspora do? Because we are the last bastion of hope for the common man in Biafra land. They look up to us every day for survival. And on this occasion, I'm sure they're also looking up to us to lead or shine the light through good examples. So what must we do to end this political poker?
Hello, Chief Nice. Yeah, maybe I will just start by, because this might be my also parting shot, start by saying a big thank you to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for setting up IPOB. Because without IPOB, all hope will have been lost for the Biafrans. Let me put it that way. And also thank the current leadership of IPOB DOS that have, since the last 4 years when Oyendu was rendition, has done a tremendous job in positioning IPOB in, making it stronger than it can ever be. Despite all those challenges, is you try to, destroy IPOB, they've not been able to do so. Thank God to the leadership. And also, thank God to every IPOB member and Biafrans all over the world that continue to support this great initiative of IPOB. Why I'm saying that is that the hope we have now is IPOB still remaining strong. And having IPOB still remaining strong creates an opportunity for Nigerians, for Biafrans, to resolve the issue of the Nigerian question. The initiative taken by Shuarere is a very great initiative, and I must thank that young man for thinking about that. Because he not only created opportunity for our political class. It also creates an opportunity for our religious leaders, for our traditional rulers, for World Igbo Congress, every pressure group in Igbo land that that has one way or the other paid any kind of lip service to the challenges, the unjust incarceration of Onyendu, for them now to do the right thing. And that right thing is to support this initiative of this man. Because it's not only because of his Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is an injustice being done to an innocent man. And everybody knows that the Igbos, the Biafrans, don't like injustice. So this opportunity for us to prove it now that we don't like injustice is done to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today. We must say no to it, because it could be another person tomorrow, it could be me tomorrow, it could be you tomorrow. So this is an opportunity for us to do that. And IPOB is here to protect every Biafran that stand for justice. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did it during NSAS. He stood against injustice, against police brutality. So we that are called for this job, we must support anybody calling for a march towards injustice. So that is one. So it's an opportunity for everybody to take opportunity and go for it, knowing that IPOB is strong today to protect them, to make sure that nobody bullies anybody in Biafra land anymore. Since IPOB is now here, it's not business as usual. And our politicians should know this, all Biafrans should know this. IPOB is standing gidigba to support and protect every Biafran. That is one. Two, it's also a call for other Nigerians. If you believe that we are one, we are one Nigeria, even the one Nigerians, we are unity. If we really believe in this, then injustice to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be seen as injustice to an Hausa man, to a Fulani man, to a Yoruba man, to everybody across the country. So this is an opportunity for everybody in the country, no matter your tribe, your religious leaning, to come out and say, enough of this injustice. We must stop injustice in Nigeria. So it's a proof for them, for us to know whether Nigeria unity is actually a facade or whether it's actually a real thing, But we all know what it is. But I will leave it at that. But it's an opportunity for every Nigerian to come out and say no to injustice. Then regarding those in diaspora, it won't be a bad idea, personal opinion, but I think leadership has to make a stand on what we should do, because they guide our action. It wouldn't be a good idea if Biafrans or Nigerians in diaspora would also kind of march on that day to show solidarity to people, to the march happening in Abuja. It won't be a bad idea. I think I will support such initiative, on a personal level, because not necessarily an IPOB march. It should be a march against injustice, across belief or ideology. So it's not an IPOB particularly march. It's a march against injustice. But we can organize it or spearhead it, but we should not be calling it an IPOB march per se, but it's a march against injustice in Nigeria. That is my own opinion, Mazi.
Yeah, you nailed it, because obviously, as I said earlier on, and the way it is right now, regardless of where this call has come from, you will see Ngalanga, Washi, Yahiri, Mazono Kafo, So this is exactly the philosophy or the mantra we are bringing on board right now. Anything that will bring about solution to our light. We have to, crystallize it. We have to solidify it. Anything that will bring about the dissolution of the contraption, we have to jump on the bandwagon and add more fuel or push the pedal down further to accelerate it. So this call has come. I personally want to say people should remove every fear. My earnest desire and prayer is that we should borrow a leaf from Sri Lanka, from other countries where we have seen real revolution of late. And let us see 2 million people storm Asorok. I've been privileged to be into that villa before when it was brand new. I don't think it has changed in terms of dimension. The DSS is not far from there, the other opposite to the end of Asokoro. So let us storm there and line up all the way from that gate of the Asorok Villa. 2 million people will overflow DSS gate as well. Let us see them kill everybody. Some people have already started saying, oh, remember, it was Tinubu who actually gave the order for the shooting at Toge, blah, blah, blah. But I was also glad, we said it in our news beat, that some groups, including the Yoruba group, have already started warning the presidency they should not try what they did at NSAS in any other in this protest coming for Nnamdi Kanu's release. But first, if we turn out talking about NSAS itself, let's be honest, the crowd wasn't that mammoth. If the crowd was that huge, I bet you that the military would have run away. And this is the problem we always have. People do things really livered, consternation, contention, we're not just, bold, as Dr. Tina said. So, Dr. Tina, please, as part of your passing shot, I know we are hitting the home stretch now, and I thank you a lot. What would be your words of encouragement, motivation to our people, even those of us here in the diaspora? Even if we don't go on similar march that's happening in Abuja that same day, mightn't it be, I'm just letting the cat out of the bag now, opportunity for all IPOB worldwide to storm the street of their own zones and conduct evangelism that day, share leaflets, gather in a particular place, take the megaphone or the microphone, and preach the gospel the same way the preachers do, the nook and crannies of our cities here, on that same day, and remind the world what we are going through, the plight of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and that we are not going anywhere until Biafra is restored. Azimada Biafra, please step in.
Ndewo Mazi, Chief Ikechukwu Knight Nwokoro. This has been a great conversation. I have learned a lot today. And I really thank the other panelists, Dr. Onyeka Ikekwe and Mazi. I have to say the names correctly. Don't say it for me, because okay. I pride myself in learning people's names, and I really want to learn people's names. Anukafo. Yes. That's a very good Igbo name. Anukafo. I really enjoyed listening to both of you, and of course, I must thank our leader in the United States of America, who is our host, Mazi Alunzi. Ndewo Mazi, maka ọrụ gị buru ibu na IPOB. Ị na-arụ na ị na-arụkwa na ground. Ndewo Mazi. I must tell all great Biafrans who are listening to this wonderful conversation this afternoon from here, and of course, evening from where you are, that people among us led the Nigerian government to our leader in Kenya. Let me start with that, because there is a reason. There were people among us, Asian provocateurs, saboteurs among us, who led the Nigerian government to our leader. Lawyers who are now, and we know who they are, they're very close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I must point fingers to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's siblings and a few others. Some of them were answering the money holders in IPOB. Now, lawyers who are working for our leader agreed with those people The people who sold our leader out, now they agreed with them, and now they're dancing with the Nigerian government. I recap this to say that the Nigerian government means no good for us Biafrans, and anybody who is working with them hates Mazi Nnamdi and hates Biafra Nation. And why I say this is that it is time we start drawing that line in the sand and keeping it clear and clean, so that when you come after this nation, this emerging nation now, that should have been for a long time, but is emerging now. If you come after us, we don't forgive and we don't forget. We are making it clear. I say this clearly on Radio Biafra almost every time I come on. We're making it clear that if you make yourself an enemy of Biafra, we will not forgive you and we will not forget it. So the Nigerian government hates Biafrans. Freedom is important to us. They have realized that. So what should we do? As a collective in IPOB, we have decided that we must continue as a collective in IPOB. We are not asking you all great Biafrans out there, no matter where you're working, no matter what organization that you belong in, come alongside us and say, we must continue until this great nation is restored. So today I tell you, IPOB is the solution. And IPOB now, as you said, we in the so Alehana, we're broken English name. We took our mouth wherever we think that will gain us some support. Yes. Showore wants to gain the freedom everywhere. Everywhere, so that that's where we are. Simply because we want the freedom of Biafra nation. Showore is being supported by us individually, not as our leadership is. Our leadership is masterful. They are honing the craft of leadership in such a way that people, if you don't know what leadership looks like, pay attention to what these people are doing now. I am so proud of the indigenous people of Biafra's Directorate of State at this point. I am very, very proud of them personally, and I want to thank them immensely for doing the work the way they're doing it now. So, the IPOB members to contact the leadership. We bark up the tree, we go to our coordinators, and the coordinators tell the leadership what we need. Any great Biafran who is out there, who wants to do something, who wants to know something, who wants to add to what we're doing, can always find us. Especially, I know it is a slap on our collective faces that another man from another tribe is telling us that, we should gather and tell Asorok that our leader is suffering and is not well, and we should hold a rally because our sons and daughters in politics have soiled their hands so badly they cannot raise their hand to say anything to the Fulani oligarchy. That aside, we commend Shore for doing what he's doing. And if all of Biafrans around the world, and Mazi Alozia has challenged Biafrans in the United States of America, not just IPOB, rise up and say something on that day and tell someone that our leader is still in the DSS dungeon, sick, very sick, and that we are still being oppressed in Nigeria and that we want freedom. Every one of us should, in one way or the other, stand up on that day and say that. We don't care how you do it, just make sure you do. Make that noise, rally people, and say what is necessary. Biafra wants freedom, and Mazi Nnamdi is being abused, medically abused, because he's being held in DSS dungeon. So that is what we want. That's the points. Those are the points we want to make. We want freedom and we want it now. Now. Mazi, for this opportunity.
We have really rammed it home tonight. Mazi Onukafo, what will be your passing? Yes. Then we'll be hitting it hard, and some actions will unfold. Let me not preempt what will happen, but what will be your personal shot to watching it? Yeah, without taking much of our time, because we have tough time. Be steadfast and consistent. So those who are tired for any reason, I want to tell them that this is not the time to be tired, because we have not gotten to where we are going. And I want to also tell the leadership the DOS to keep on waxing strong. And our Biafrans are behind them. And by the grace of God Almighty, all our efforts will be one day amount to something magnificent. You see? And I want to say again that those the market leaders should as well be in solidarity with the Nigeria protests coming on the 20th, or by Sowore, so that everyone on that day we see that Biafrans also are in support of that move for our brother to be released. It is a shame that we are being reminded of this, and this challenge is coming from where it's coming. But like I said earlier, it's a welcome development. Personally, I think is acceptable. And we are not going to shy away. So those in abroad, so whatever we can do, we can also start to come together to reason on how we can also show solidarity to our leader, because he is suffering for all of us, because he didn't ask for any personal thing, and he didn't say anything for personal gain. Rather, it is for all of us. So he has done so much, and he shouldn't continue to be there. And I want as well finally talk to Nigerians who are the military and police. Your work is to defend the people, not to kill them. So the world is watching what you have done before now. So, and it is expected of you to behave yourself that day, because people will be monitoring each and every one of you. So if you think you love justice, it is up to you to also prove it, because the world is knowing you as a killer. That day, will you prove yourself as a killer again, or will you try to start mending things. So it is up to you, because Sowore did not call for a fight. Rather, he is calling and asking for the freedom of a man that you have held, Nigeria government has held unjustly. So we hope and believe that you are not going to come to do garagaras if he has called for a war. He's not calling for a war. It's just a peaceful protest. And if you will, like here in abroad, when we are protesting, even the place they come to even guide us to give us protection. If you must come around, let it be to protect and see that there is peace. So we don't want to hear that you also disrespect yourself once again. Thank you so much, Mazi, nice for this. Thank you so much. The good work you're doing, a couple of announcements. Yes, 2-week extension. So please, if you have not made your token for the ESN third quarter, kindly do so as soon as possible. Your zonal coordinators will be reaching out to you. Right now, there is an improved communication channel where zonal coordinators have all the information needed, and I believe they will be cascading it to you as soon as they receive it from my office. Kindly do the needful without hesitation. Also, we did our zones, as I just mentioned here, from this week to start evangelisms once again in your cities and towns. If it's 2-man, 3-man, a team of evangelists who go around to evangelize, that will be very helpful as we are reviving and rebuilding our zones. I thank all the zones that have been able to be part of their meetings or call the leadership of the zones and agreed on a strategy to have a meeting or two. This week, that's what I've done with some of us, and the result is very encouraging. In fact, we have a new zone coming up. I won't say it until we have discussed it at the cabinet, and also we give a period of probation for the new zone to be guided to grow. That is very important. So please, everybody should ramp up this revival mission of IPOB UK. This is not the time to hide. There is nothing like until Onyendu comes out. This is the Onyendu coming out. Now that not just Biafrans or IPOB members have called for action. So if you are anywhere in the world and you are a supporter, sympathizer of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and a member of IPOB, this is the time to come out to be counted. And we should also take this message to all our contacts, families and friends, associates, colleagues, whoever, again. So the period of evangelism has been revived. We are going to be on fire once again with evangelism this cold season. This is the time, this autumn, is the time to stoke up the fire of our Biafra restoration. Please do not fail. I thank everybody for listening tonight. I thank our anchor, Maza Lozi. We can't thank you enough. And to my family too, I thank my wife and children for the support. It's not always easy doing all this in the week. This week also marks the birthday of my handbag, my third daughter, my beloved princess Chinzaram Prophecy. Will be turning 2 on Friday. We do hope to celebrate it with the good news of the zoo finally doing the needful by freeing Oyendu, and we shall have raise a glass or two on Friday, and then if they fail to, because with the zoo, expect the unexpected, then we shall return and visit them with whatever they wish themselves. Beginning with Monday, with the call by show, right? So until then, until we come your way next Sunday, hopefully, to either to say we sheathe our sword about the proposed Monday protest, or to sharpen it for the protest itself. From me, from here, is a very good night. Remain resolutely blessed.
There were. Thank you.
Hello, viewers. Good evening. Welcome to this day's program, 18th of August 2024. I want to welcome Biafrans all over the world. It is my pleasure to be here. My name remains Mazi Kem Patrick DK, and I want to say welcome to our wonderful program of today on BTV Europe. We are live as we speak right now. We are live on BTV Facebook page, BTV app, and other platforms where we are transmitting live to you. Unfortunately, we are coming a bit late, but notwithstanding, we are here, and we want to really apologize for the late in transmission, but I want to say thank you for being part of this program. As you join us, please share this program, tag your friends, invite everybody that will be interested in today's program, because we'll be hosting a very interesting individual, someone who you all know, are familiar with, quite educative, and I know that he's going to also do justice to our wonderful program. And with me is Nwada Jovista Chichi, who will be joining us also in the next few seconds as we take this program. I want to say thank you very much. It is 9:06 p.m. In Padova, Italy, and it is my pleasure to have you. And I know it's 8:00 p.m. in Biafra land as well. And we are here converging today, Sunday evening, to deal with issues that has to do with Biafra struggle and agitation, and also continue to educate our people for them to be able to form their character as we march towards our liberation, which is Biafra restoration. Through referendum, we have to continue to reiterate our position that our demand had always been Biafra through a democratic process, which is a referendum. And I want to welcome Nwada Jovista Chichi to join me on the platform. Nwada, you're welcome to the program.
Good evening from here, Mazi Ikem Patrick. It's nice having you once again today in the studio. Mazi Ikem Patrick, how are you doing today?
Thank you very much, Nwada. It's my pleasure to be here with you. On the background is our guest for today, and very soon he will be introducing himself to Biafrans all over the world. And I hope that we'll just proceed with the questions as they come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi.
So we want to introduce our guest. Hello, Mazi. Are you there?
Good evening, Mazi Patrick.
Yes, and I hope that Nwada Jovista, you are getting the voice transmission. I don't know if it's coming out clear.
Yeah, I got his voice, but he should try to
increase it a little bit.
Okay, let's see if we can increase the volume a little bit. Mazi, can you please communicate? Let's see if we can hear you clearly, because it's important that your voice comes out as our guest for today's program, that those who we are talking to, Biafrans and our viewers, will be able to have a clear picture and a clear voice transmission for them to really understand when you speak. So, Mazi, can you please introduce yourself?
Good evening. Biafrans all over the world, lovers of freedom. I remember Mazi Jesse I. Onyoko. Mazi Jesse I. Onyoko is a humble servant of indigenous people of Biafra. I happen to be the chief servant in the zoo as the national coordinator of IPOB in Nigeria, and I co-coordinate IPOB in West Africa as the deputy West African rep. There we know. I help from Aba province in Biafra land.
Thank you very much, Wada. Hope he is clear while I work on other technical issues.
Yes, it is coming out clear. There's no problem with his voice.
Okay. So, Wada, do you proceed with the first question?
All right. Yes, I will. And I want to let Biafrans and the viewers all over the world, I apologize for not sending my greetings to our great and wonderful viewers. Good evening to you all. And once again, you are welcome to BTV. So today with Mazi JCI Onyoko, we're going to be looking at the trajectory of the Igbo Must Go, the history and the narrative, and where it is being pushed to today and how it started. But before we do that, we know that there are other trendings in Nigeria which we want to talk about before we get into the main business of the day. Mazi JCI, are you hearing me?
Live and direct. I can hear you very clear.
Thank you so much. Mazi, you are aware of the draconian and subversion bill sponsored by the Speaker of the House of Representatives by name Tajuddin Abbas. Though they say the subversion bill has been withdrawn, but it is still very necessary that we bring such a subversion bill to a highlight. So, Mazi, what do you think that people need to know about this subversion bill?
Well, if I want to be honest with you, I will say that the subversion bill didn't emanate from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. This bill was an executive bill pushed by the government of the day, because the government of the day is an unconstitutional government. It is an illegal government that does not have the mandate of the people. So he feels it's not responsible to nobody. He doesn't give a damn. He doesn't care about the party or the people, rather. APC, from its formation to present, has always toyed that part of dictatorship. They have they have military style. They don't have regard to rule of law. APC, as an Islamic party, a sectarian party, a party that pursues a tribal objectives. APC is not a national party. APC does not pursue national interests. So, in their usual style, since they grab power, because APC has never won elections in the history of the zoo, you can't pinpoint any state that APC won. APC only gets always still political office, like Tinubu said, if they grab power and run. So that's been the style of APC. So when they grab power, they look for illegal means, they look for ways of legalizing illegality to retain or sustain their grip on power. So this bill that was brought to the House was brought on purpose. If I tell you that one of the reasons why that bill was brought is because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, don't argue with me. The zoo called Nigeria has done everything they could do manipulatively, obtaining legal principles and procedures to jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and it has all failed. It has all amounted to efforts in futility. Now, they brought a bill that will enable them to jail agitators. Where is that done? In the law, in law all over the world, there are only two schools of thought. Because we know law we practice today is the same everywhere in the world. Law started from one spot, every history of law points to one direction, one source. The only two schools in law is the naturalist and the legal positivist. So in the name of positivism, any law enacted by the Leviathan is said to be law. That's what the legal positivists believe. But philosophically speaking, because law has its root in philosophy, that's what we call philosophy of law. I'm a student of jurisprudence. In philosophy of law, we have discovered that the basis for every law in every nation is a natural law. What is natural law? Natural law are laws given to man by his nature. Right to live is not given by the state. It's a natural right. Freedom of expression is not given by the state. It's a natural law. And you know that any country that is signatory to the United Nations, any country that's a member of the UN is automatically signatory to all the UN conventions. I will remind you that this law is in the UN Charter of Human Rights. So the subversion bill is a clear violation of natural law. It's in a clear conflict with social contract. In Article 3 of the UN Declaration of Rights, it says that people, it is a natural right of the people to exercise freedom of expression, to decide how they rule themselves. These laws are equally inculcated in African Charter. It started in Africa. It was first enacted in Egypt, 1981 and 1986. African Union recognized it. These laws have been in existence for over 40 years, and they've been domesticated in the Nigerian laws as well. So for you to make this kind of draconian law is a harsh law, a law that doesn't take the people's interest into cognizance. And it naturally says that any law that violates the natural law should not be obeyed. It's a principle in law, anywhere in the world. What I'm telling you now is a universal principle in law, that any law that comes in contradistinction to the principles of natural rights should be what? Jettisoned. Such laws should be ignored. Such laws must not be obeyed anywhere in the world. So, for anybody to harbor this kind of thought, it shows that the people that run the zoo has no plan to repent. They are bent on evil, and the evil will consume them. Because why? The people in Africa, in particular, don't understand the global political dynamism. They don't know there is more to politics. They don't know that the socio-political foundations, they don't know that the societies has forces that guide them. They don't know there are spiritual paths to every society. There are certain things you do in a society, whatever holds it together will live. For instance, now, Nigeria was predicated on certain dubious laws, treaties that the British got us to sign. And it has expired in 2014. So anything you begin to do until that law is renegotiated. Law is what? A covenant. They are spiritual. Anytime you negate a covenant, you come under a curse. Anywhere in the world. The covenant that brought the entity called Nigeria expired until they do something about it. They continue to have problems. So what I got to say about that law is that it was designed to stifle agitation. It was designed to see the mouth of those complaining. That shows that we have leaders that have no plans to repent. People who steal, they want a enacted law to punish looters. So they only are interested in protecting themselves and coming against those who cry out for justice. It was a law meant to seal the mouth of justice. But IPOB prevailed. Why do I say IPOB? The greatest hit they got came from IPOB. They won't tell you. The only thing that keeps the zoo civil is IPOB TS. IPOB media warriors, no force in the world can contend with them or challenge them. You know how much they voted in the past to fight IPOB? All the big companies, social media outfits, all their machine engines were deployed to fight IPOB and they all failed. Britain opened so many institutions, BBC this, BBC that, to fight IPOB, they all failed. America, all the mainstream media were deployed and given assignment. Can I give you an example for you to know how serious it is? Anything you type now, put IPOB, edit or DOS, will place restriction on it. It has a number it can fly. In the zoo called Nigeria, you cannot post it to more than 5 people. If you mention anything against Fulani or Britain there, you can post it only once. If they don't like the content, they pull it down. They'll tell you that you've broken their social community rules. So that is how serious the fight is. This law was brought purposefully to move out to jail. Our members are incarcerated for over 3 years, like the man that was released. The lawyer that came from the Boy State that just attended the Ndu court case that was kidnapped in Kogi State, that was locked up in Wawa prison. There are still many of our brothers in Wawa prison as we speak now. They are looking for laws to jail them. They have not found a law, a legal ground to jail them. As I speak now, they went to the east last December, randomly picked young men. Many of them don't know who is IPOB, what IPOB represents. They don't even know the meaning of IPOB. They brought them to the north, put them in different prisons, because we sent people to visit them recently. As I speak, could you believe that they took up to 50 people, 56 people were picked up in December. 3 has died. Innocent people that committed no crime. Innocent people that have nothing to do with IPOB, they don't even know what IPOB means. They picked them up and locked them up. The one prison, the one they kept there, many has died. A few are still remaining. Last time they told a few, just say you are guilty. Let's jail you. Let it be on record that they are jailing IPOB members. And they know that under a normal circumstance, those things will be jettisoned, somebody will challenge them. And it will bring their evil, their ineptitude, their wickedness, and the legal foolishness to limelight. They are now looking for law they can use to jail the innocent people crying for their rights. That's what I got to say about this. Wada.
Thank you so much, Mazi, for this highlight. You see, as you were, please do not open the phone lines now because I can hear the phone lines ringing. It's not yet time, please. Mazi, as you were talking, you see so many things were running on my mind, and I'm sure the same way it was also running on the minds of our viewers and our great listeners as well. You see, we can see everything running in carnival. We saw what happened that day. As the Speaker of the House, the same sponsor of this evil bill, was denying on the ground, or was denying in the House, that nobody moved a motion for dissolution of Nigeria. Pardon me, please. And there was this turmoil in the House, and hours after the disagreement in the House of Reps, the next thing we saw is this very bill to be sponsored by the same man who refused even to replay what happened if he was denying it. And again, we can see how they planned protests. And before you know it, they started planning the Igbo must go. And at the same time, these very people came out openly everywhere, accusing the Igbos, the IPOB, the Obedient, the P2B, that they were the planners of the protest. Now, I am trying to bring out how everything is in Coneva. Now, is this the same thing that happened in 1945 and 1953? That between the meeting between AG and NCNC, where a motion was moved by the AG group, the AG and the NCNC supported. It was moved by Akintola, supported by Enahoro and then NCNC. But before you know it, they started committing pogrom against the Igbos in the streets of Jos. Mazi, is that the same thing that we are just seeing today?
Yes, the answer is yes. Rather, personally for me, the callers for Igbo must go protests are great people that deserve awards. If I own a media house, like it's almost a practice. There is media houses that give out awards in this part of the world. If I own big media houses and I want to give award, whoever called for Igbo must go protest in Lagos deserve an award. That's the most patriotic person. Those are real people, not con people, not people who say A and they practice B. The first man to call for Nigeria to divide was a Yoruba man. They assassinated him. One man woke up one day and said that Nigeria has no basis to be together. They killed him. They wasted him. Whoever is calling for Igbos to go has just named a voice of prophecy.
Mazi, can I come in? Mazi, can I come in a bit, because it's very, very important that we portray the Igbo Must Go campaign in a more clearer perspective. The Igbo Must Go campaign was a campaign to leave Lagos and leave the Southwest, and not to leave Nigeria. So how do we reconcile the fact that there is no way you can ask Igbos to leave the Southwest without recognizing their agitation for their liberation or for their own referendum? Because under normal circumstances, the request for Igbo Must Go is supposed to be give Igbos referendum for them to decide, just like we are demanding. Don't you think that it is not a balanced it's not a balanced call for Igbos to exit Nigeria in the manner in which it is being done by those in the West, the doers? Yes.
Mazi, you need to understand something. In philosophy of logic, there's what we call reasoning from particular to general, and reasoning from general to particular. Now, the call for Igbos to leave might not come universally. It might not come at the same time at every place at the same time. It has to start from somewhere. So the syllogism, the philosophical and logical question here that we're looking at is, from a particular place, it will spring from a spot. This logic they're putting up is a welcome development. It's divinely orchestrated. whoever made the call is probably understand history, or the spirit of ancestors inspired he or she to make that move to avert a repeat of the past. Now, how the genocide occurred in the zoo prior to the major one, Biafran war, the Biafran genocide, where even the Biafran genocide were mainly because of the evil hate that were disseminated by BBC and the Yoruba Gota media. So, the same feeling, the same socio-political construct, the same garbage that has been going on is what is replaying itself out now. That we are not one people, we have not succeeded in building a nation. Then I will remind you that the people that concocted you, put it together, told you at the point of amalgamation that if after 100 years you are not able to build a nation, that you can separate. Nobody is talking about all those important clauses to this evil union. Nobody is talking about them. It's just like a marriage that got underway. One party is enjoying the marriage so well, and the marriage is not even working at all. And he insists that we must remain together because of what he's getting, and he goes ahead and tears the marriage certificate. Now the marriage has expired, the certificate has been torn, and he's refusing to let the other partner go. That's the case we have in Israel. The person calling for Igbo must go has done the needful. What the Yorubas are doing is what Igbo political elites should be doing. But in their cowardice, in their idiocy, in their greed and selfism, because everything about them revolves around self-aggrandizement. Because Wike is allowed to do small oil bunkering, he has a few billions. He has never seen billions before in his life, before he go to the government cycle. Now he has some few billions. Why should he talk? It does not matter how many of our people that are dying of hunger. Because a few person political figures in Bayelsa, in Akwa Ibom, like RBL, they have a few billions in their coffers to play with. They don't care what our people go through. So the call for Igbo must go doesn't come uniformly at the same time. It has to start from a point. Now you look at what is happening because, like I said, the illiterate, the certificate forgers that are misleading the Zulu don't understand anything about how society runs. Every society is predicated on ideas, principles that are enacted by people who sit down and think them out, and experiment them, and they begin to implement them. That the zoo has completed as I speak. I'm going to talk about, if you permit me, I think my major discourse here is to talk about why truly evil must come. That is what I would love to talk about. And I want you to ask that as a question. Give me the permission to tell Biafrans why the call for evil must go is ordained by Elohim. It's a call that should have been made from our own side. IPOB has been making that call. Nobody pays attention to it. Now the chicken has come to roost. The call is coming for the camp of the enemy. Can't you see how Elohim works? Somebody say miracle made the tire Jesus. How could it be a Yoruba man that is asking for Igbos to go? Mazi came out, put you wrong. You are wrong by saying that it's Igbos to leave the Southwest. No. It's Igbos to leave Nigeria. Because the same principles that happens in the Southwest are obtainable in the North. Go to Kanu. So many are a lot of northern youth are not happy that a greater portion of their land have been taken over by Igbos. Certain sector of the economy across the board in the zoo is dominated by the Igbos. As far as motor pass is concerned, nobody, nowhere, no other race, no other tribe dares try the Igbos there. As far as buying and selling is concerned, if there are two markets in Lagos, the rest assured that if this trade market have 5,000 shops put together, 4,860 of the shops are occupied by the Igbos and Biafrans alike. So they feel intimidated. What is happening to the Igbos is exactly what happened to the Jews in Europe. So many years ago, the Jews were dictating the pace of German economy. In case you don't know, the largest number of Igbos that won the ethnicity that has the largest number of Nobel Prize in the whole world are the Jews. They're the most intelligent people. There's no gainsaying that the Igbos are the most intelligent black race. Everybody knows. My latest findings show that the Jews came from Igbo land. Many of you will not believe, but that's a debate for another day. So that intelligence, that ingenuity given by Elohim, that is endowed in the Igbo man, that is deposited in the DNA, in the what do you call it, genetic composition of an average Igbo man, was the same thing that replicated that happened in Europe before the Hitlers of this world rose. Why? Out of envy. In case you don't know as well, I'm a gospel preacher. The same thing happened in the Bible. Joseph prospered to the point of envy. They envied him. Anywhere they went to, they prospered. Why? The hand of Elohim, the hand of Chukwukabiama is upon them. Anywhere they go, they must prosper. And they say that they suffered no more to do them no harm. Say, touch not. That is why no matter how much you hate them, they keep flourishing. No race have been killed as much as the Igbos, and yet we are still more. Imagine there was no Biafra war. Imagine you can have a genuine census in the zoo, you will discover that the ratio of Igbo to any other, Igbo will have over 35% of the whole population of the zoo. There's no portion of the zoo you go to, you don't meet Igbo people. As I speak now, if you see the crowd, the number of Igbo people in Meduguri, with all the Boko Haram, you'll be dazed, you'll marvel. Niger Republic, just Niger here, there's an Hausa enclave where you have Fulanese. They don't speak English. If you know the amount of Igbos there, you have the family there, that people in Niger, when they make their financial commitment, I'll be asking the guy, where do you guys get all this money from? Ordinary Niger. When he tells me how many they are, I have meetings with them severally as a coordinator rep. You see that we are everywhere. Nobody can help it. There's nothing you can do about it. So the call for Igbo to go is a universal call. What is happening in Lagos is happening in Abuja. They are doing everything to suppress the Igbos in Abuja. They are doing everything. They will suppress Igbo in Igbo land. If you go to Port Harcourt and see what Igbo people do to Igbos, you will begin to marvel. Somebody speaking the same language with you, treat you like shit. But I'm not angry with them. They're acting out of ignorance. Others, God has started helping us. Light is coming in those directions. So, Mazi, if you will permit me, I want to talk about why Muslims must go.
Okay, Mazi, if I may ask, like you mentioned, because we are remaining within the context of the Igbo must go agitation on the southwest. Don't you think that the Igbo must go agitation is just purposely to take away the investment of Ndi Igbo in the southwest and destroy whatever they must have built over the years? Don't you think that is just the basis? Not because they wanted the Igbos to have their freedom from Nigeria.
Yes, Mazi, you are right. But we are going to use it. We will use it against them. The primary purpose why the proponent of Igbo Moscow came up, spewed the trash, is not because they didn't want Igbo to go. One, they brought it to divert attention. Attention was on the protests, end bad government protests. That was the fulcrum of this whole thing that has put now. They wanted people to take their minds away from that. So, the Igbo too will go. They agitated so that Igbos does not participate. These people never believe that Igbos truly will not participate in this end back government protest. They thought Igbos were pretending. They thought Igbos were just claiming we will not, so that nobody will hold them responsible. They know that if the Igbos get involved in the protest, that's the end of Tinubu's government. And that's the truth of the matter. If the Igbos had joined our protest, it would have ended there. So we have our reasons. We have lost enough. The remnant remaining are going to build Biafra. We are not prepared to lose anybody again. It doesn't mean we are afraid of death. No, we don't fear. We are fearless before our enemies. But because we said nobody should protest, they were looking for means to divert attention. So okay, if you guys are going to protest against Tinubu government, then Igbo must go. So when we threaten them now, they will back down. That was number one. Number two, they mean it. They have started it. Mazi came in case you don't know. The Igbo must go protest had started. They surrounded it. They came to Gulano Drive and they broke all Igbo shops and scattered away all the goods. So Igbo must go is leave your property and go home. And we can tell them it will not happen. Not in this date and time. Such could have happened 300 years ago, not now. We are told, I said it on air, everybody living in the west, in the southwest space, they took your property, keep the document. A group will collect it at the right time. There are certain things about that I will show on air. Mazi came, I can give you an estimate of how many Igbo property that will be destroyed in Lagos. If I say it, you will scream. Tinubu and the Shawolu and all those fans that walk around them, they are not aware that we are keeping record. All the Igbo properties, because when we talk about Igbo, who is Igbo? A beauty man is Igbo, in case you don't know. It's when they come to the discourse, they tell you, no, they're not Igbo. They're Igbo. Ijo is Igbo, in case you don't know. But they want to Igbo. They say, no, they're Ijo, they're not Igbo. But everything they deny Igbo, they have denied Ijo. Why? Bring them here and map a particular Ijo and say, this is the Igbos. In case you have forgotten or you don't even know, many people don't know that where you call Benin today, Edo State, Igodo, was Southeast in 1962, was Southeast in 1961. Taraba State was Southeast, in case you don't know. The whole of Benue State was Southeast, in case you don't know. I know, and I'm telling you of what I know for sure. So the white man came here and identified everybody in all this space as Igbos. Then when they noticed that there is a little variation in language, dialectical differences, they can't capitalize on it to spread their hair, to spread the division. That is why you had a Midwest emerging, not Mid-East. A character that was now given autonomy, regional autonomy, and is now branded Midwest. Why will it be Midwest when that space was Southeast before granted autonomy? Have you seen all the game that Britain played? All the dirty and foolish game. But it's backfiring on them. Britain will go down. The prophet said it, nobody listened to him. Britain is going down in a shop where there will be nothing called the UK. UK will be wiped out on the surface of the earth for messing with the children of Elohim. Mark my words. Only do I said it. The whole of UK. You see these people that the UK used, that the British used to kill innocent people in Africa, those people will destroy that place. The place will be completely destroyed. The place will be ruined completely. Nobody will exist in that space in a short while. Because what will happen there, the kind of weapon that we use in that space, no animal that breathes will be able to exist there in another 50, 100 years. Did you see British police bowing to Islamic leaders in London? British police, white people, we are bowing, not one, not two, in a large number, bow to them. Those are the people in charge now. As I speak, the Arab, the same people they used to destroy Biafra, the same people they used to destroy Africa. If you know how evil the Brits are, the Luciferian, I don't know if there's any race that has affinity with Lucifer more than Britain, the West. Look at the evil they did in the Middle East. Where you call Egypt today is where they stole everything they're using against us. Egyptian spirituality is what they termed Christianity. Egyptian what do you call them, legends, are the ones you have, the names you have in the Bible now, to tell all the story. And they showed it to us. They borrowed the spirituality. They came to, in the days of Alexander the Great, Napoleon, what's it called? He came to Egypt, packed all the books in the library, took them to Alexandria, and gave them to Aristotle to study. Aristotle did a good job. He studied everything, wrote them down, and renamed everything and put his name. Today, you open anything you take, you say Greek, according to Greek. And the Greek, these things are not indigenous original to the Greek. The owners of the history, the owners of the ideology, nobody makes credit to them. And what did they do? They wipe out that place. Strangers occupy Egypt today. They changed the name from Kemet to Egypt. Concoct a lot of books, the one they call spiritual books, to give the historic credence. Today, we are the one bowing to them. Everything that they know, they learned from Egypt. In case you don't know, all the first schools they ever attended, this Western civilization started in Athens. All the Ionians, all great philosophers we talk about, they all went to Egypt to study. The same thing they've done in the zoo. The British came here and they saw that the resources, what we call the liquid gold, was in abundance in Biafra land, in Igbo land, and among our cousins at the water coastal region. What did they do? They began to plan on how to take over that resources. Because we didn't know what we had. We didn't know what that thing was. That is why there was amalgamation. Amalgamation was simply done to bring strangers to be in charge so that when they need the resources, they will call Sokoto. They don't have to call Calabar. They don't have to call Onitsha. So that is the evil they succeeded in doing.
So Wada, do you have any further questions for Mazi JCIOU before we move into another topic of discussion?
Of course, I will always have my questions. Mazi, this inflammatory comment was made by the current essay to Mr. President. That is a Bayo Ononoga, the open threat he gave to the Igbos during 2023 campaign and the election period. Even till today, the tweet is still there on his X account, and that was about 18 months ago. And just like you say, that it started from one man, and from there they continued. But little did they know that all they tried to use against the Igbo man, against the children of Chukwokika Abiyama, against IPOB and the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we turn against them, because it is no longer what they thought that they are seeing. Now, Mazi, despite that everything they are doing is turning against them, do you think that if it is an Igbo man that had made this open threat, and also, because I want you to reconcile all these things to what is going on presently, the flags that we are raised, or that was raised in the north, several states like Kanu, Kaduna, Jos. I listened to one government official that was interviewed on one national television, and the man was saying that, oh, the people raised the flags, they were illiterate. Little did they even know that some of them, that even when you call them and ask them which flag is that they may even be unable to tell you that it's a Russian flag. That even the tailor that made the flags may also be ignorant. Now they are seeing all these reasons. Mazu, do you think that if all these things are coming from the Igbos, do you think that this is the way that they will be handled?
Yes. If it were in the Igbo space, more than 500 villages would have been burnt by now. If those flags were raised in Aba, Onisha, Asaba, Calabar, Wari, by now, the whole of the state would have been on flame. They would have deployed their military there to bomb. Just yesterday, Boko Haram killed 6 policemen in Zamfara. No village is bombed. So the call for Igbo must go is one of the reasons why Igbo must go. When Olanuga, whatever he calls himself, that made the threat during the election, that's one of the reasons why Igbo must go. Since we cannot vote in Lagos, but we can pay all the tax. Tinubu makes billions in Lagos. 33 billions they make in Lagos. Is it in a month or in a week? Where do they get it from? All the markets of the Igbos. Anytime they need, when you lock one market, they tell all the market leaders who are Igbos, go and bring 5 million, go and bring 20 million. That's what they do in Lagos, in case you don't know. When it's time for election, they are not allowed to vote. It still pisses me to how the Igbos, what they still doing in Lagos. It beats my imagination. I've never seen the people as stubborn and daft as the Igbos. Tinubu has not stopped demolishing Igbo houses. That's why I said those who made the call for Igbo must go, although they made it, the motive was different. They made it to divert attention from the protest, and they made it to create room for all their talks to go and, as usual, as scavengers, go and loot and steal Igbo properties. But it has turned out to be a good thing. They are calling for Igbo must go, and the Igbo truly will go now. Igbo, it's time for Igbo to go. So I need you to permit me, somebody to ask me, why must Igbo go? What are the reasons why Igbo need to go now before another genocide repeats? The same resentment, the same feeling, the same political crisis that was in the air in the 60s. We have a worse scenario now. That is why Igbo need to go before another genocide. Because in the age where we are now, there are more Igbos in Lagos now than you had in the 60s, in case you don't know. There are more Igbos in Abuja now than you had in the 60s, in case you have forgotten. There are more Igbos outside the Biafran territory. There are more Igbo, because when we talk about Igbos, let me tell you for free, anybody whose mother ties to this rapper, you are Igbo. Whether you are a Gala, Igede, Isoko, what's it called, Gorobo, Ijo, Mikodo. As long as your mother ties to this rapper, you are Igbo by ancestry. And please, for those of you who are educated, please jettison your prejudice, jettison what you've been told, jettison your primitive hatred for the Igbos, because that's what you are meant to know in the zoo. The zoo is designed and fashioned that the only thing that keeps the zoo together is Igbo hate. That is the reason why they're calling Igbo's name. Hausa is protesting. They say it's Igbo, it's Victory. Because Igbo hate is the only disease that plagues the zoo. One of my boys did a cartoon which was added in this jingle. That the greatest sickness that plagues the zoo is hepatitis. That is the greatest disease the zoo has. Chinua Achebe identified it. Separately, talked about it. So the greatest problem that the zoo have is the hate for the Igbo. Where did they get it from? That's what Britain taught them. Britain does not fear anybody as much as they fear the Igbos. And let me tell you why they fear us. In the whole of the zoo called Nigeria, it's only Biafrans that killed the breed. I've said it before, and I will repeat. Why do I repeat all this? Many of you don't know history. Many of our people don't read history. Many of our people have no time to check what happened yesterday. And they don't know that history repeats itself after a cycle of time. So, the only people that kill the Igbos, the Brits, who are they? Igbo people, they're Biafrans. Mother tied to slapper. They practice 4 market days. Eke Unko Ori. They call it different name. In Benin, Eke That is they call our Isafo. But don't worry, we're not really here to argue all those words. The Zoo have told them long story to make them feel that their civilization is older and longer than that of the Igbo. And it's not true. Let honest and academicians come. Yes, there are chronological evidences. The Ibuku artifact is older than the Ife artifact, is older than Benin artifact put together. So there are scientific and professional ways that we check date and time. We check what has happened in the past. We have professional historians who know what I know. So the Igbo civilization is the oldest. We are the ancient people. Apart from the Kokoshan, we are the next race that fill the earth. The Japanese are Igbos. The Chinese are Igbos. Everybody in where you call Asia, they are all Igbos. That is their ancestry. Because they are honest people. Chinese say that they are cousins, they are relations in Africa. They think that they are not from the Caucasian. Because most of them who are educated, who are anthropologists, know that we are only two species that survive the era of the survival of the fittest. I talk about it every time. So that those who are educated should go and find out what is called Australopithecus boisei. That is the Caucasian race.
You are gradually moving into evolution. Can't we have it as a topic one day?
Yes, why not? We can.
Okay, now Mazi, are you now saying that Ibophobia was created by the Britain?
Yes. Ibophobia was created by Britain, and why? The Brits saw a people who are very intelligent, who are very smart, who are very hard working, who are so determined, a people who are fearless. The Brits were massacred in large numbers in Iguane. That's why till tomorrow they don't allow people from that space to have control political power. Anybody that killed the Brits structures things against them everywhere in the world. Only few races kill the Brits. All the few people that kill the Brits, they are not in charge of political power in their various countries, except those who have managed to gain independence. The Igbos are the only people that kill the Brits in the zoo. Only the Igbos. The Yorubas didn't kill the British. The Hausas never killed the British. It is only the Igbos, the Ijaw people in Akasa War, killed the Brits. That is why you see Ijaw where it is today. Is it not appalling that Bayelsa State that produces to the national economy, Bayelsa is among the first three in the Nigerian political earnings, where Nigeria gets more. Bayelsa has only 8 local governments. Kanu has 44. Sokoto has 39. Have you talked about all this injustice? What kind of rubbish is this? Which means when they go to Bayelsa and take all the oil and their master Britain takes maybe 75%, the remaining 25% they give to the zoo, they will share it according to the number of the local governments. And they will give Kanu 44 and give Bayelsa only 8. Let me put it in billions. Imagine the sharing national cake. Kanu will collect 44 billion when Bayelsa collects only 8 billion. And all the oil, 40-50% of the resources that sharing was taken from Bayelsa. The gold in Zamfara belongs to only Zamfara. Do you see why the zoo can never be salvaged? The zoo can never, anybody you like bring. If Jesus Christ we read about is a man, you bring him to lead the zoo, he still cannot repair the zoo because the foundation is faulty. Anything built on injustice will always throw out good people. It will throw out good ideas. It will throw out good practices. Igbos are good people. We develop everywhere we go. That's why the society hates us. The Nigerian society is toxic to evil, to good. Nigerian society was concocted. Like I say, when you talk about the crucibles of an evil man in a foreign land, we are talking about that concoction, the cage where the evil man finds himself. The crucible refers to that, that inclusion, where the evil man will now eventually emerge to something better. So the zoo
the contraption, the British, because it was built by heartless people for imperialistic exploit or exploitative blood-spilling adventure, and for the liquid gold called crude oil. Do you know that to steal the crude that belongs to another person, you have to become cruel? You have to become heartless. The British people are cruel and heartless because they can't survive without stealing. They have nothing. Pretty much of all the resources that run the world comes from Africa. And that is why they have their grip on Africa. But there's a good news. Freedom is coming. Liberation is coming. There's a Mazi Nnamdi Kanu generation. We are that generation. We have started effecting change without them knowing. Change has come in the Sahel state. Change is coming. Biafra is coming. It's not negotiable. Biafra is sacrosanct. Biafra has been given. Spiritually, Biafra is gone. Those fools in our Asura don't even know that Biafra has gone. The people holding Biafra are not talking again. They're just looking at us. What will they do? Let's wait a little longer. How long can we keep it? How long can we keep the contraction? How long will it take us to seal the mold? That is the game they are now playing.
Mazi, there is a question I would have loved to ask as regards to for the fact that you are within the contraption. How do you give us your perspective of the direction of the economy of the zoo as it stands today?
The zoo economy is on a downward slide. The zoo economy is on a fast-track reverse. It's moving on an astronomical speed backwards. Now, I'll put it to you that the progress or the rate of progress made during Obasanjo and Jonathan to now is double negatively in the reverse. Because Buhari came and started running backward, back all our money to buy arms and give Fulanis to be killed. Buhari sold our oil for credit in advance. Why? He thought Kanu will accept the offer of Eastern states to go. So he immediately went to sell the oil in Niger Delta. That's why we're telling our people there, don't fold your hands, they will consume you. In less than 10 years, your children will bear Muhammad and Musa for the killing of you. They thought Biafra Kanu will abandon them and go. And the reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still where he is today is because of the Urhobo people. Because of Ijo, Ishekiri, Anang, Igodomiti, Agatu, Igala. But they don't know, but it's not important. A few of them know. One day they will know. So the zoo has no economy, Mazi. The economy is there. Now let me explain to you. In socio-political economy, there are indices of a growing economy. If you want to see economy that is doing well, there is something tripling. You know when you're driving a car, what's it called? That stuff goes to speedometer. There's something that is always moving up. When the car is, steaming, it's always up. So, and the speedometer will keep going up when the speed is increasing. When it's decreasing, you know that car is grinding. So the zoo is grinding. When you turn off the engine of a car that's been on motion for too long, the wheels will continue to roll to a certain point. The engine of the zoo has been turned off. The zoo is just a motion rolling to a halt, to grind. Now, how do I say so? All other people have jumped out. Those that built the zoo are running away. Why are they running away? They know that the zoo is dead. Americans know that the zoo is dead. I say it every day on air that the only people remaining in the zoo are scavengers. Those who are in Warri stealing oil for free. Those who are in Imo State piping our oil. They're in Obaru. All the oil that they steal, they take from Obaru. They don't pay 1 naira to Anambra State. The zoo can't survive with economic injustice melted against the Igbos. They have laid pipe everywhere in Igbo land. They move all our resources to neighboring states. That is why they want to do another regionalism, balkanization, time to regionalism. They want to take Ohaji Ebola because of the large deposit of gas to Akwa Ibom, to places where they know that their leaders will collect change and keep quiet. They have seen that the Igbos, died. There's no offer did not make to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Has he given him? No. Will they ever give him? Never. As little as we are, we can't tell you what we face. So people like us want to be wealthy or rich. At the snap of our hand, billions will run into our accounts. There are not people who all they care is just put us in your platform, show what you're doing to us. Name your price every month. Will we ever accept that? Never. We prefer death. All we care is freedom. And we must get Biafra. So Mazi, the Jew has no economy. He said, now, tell me, why do you have no economy? Why? That's what they call economic blueprints in every country. Every country have developmental plans. They have long-term developmental plans and short-term. The Jew has no short-term, they have no long-run, they have no long-term developmental plan. There is no developmental plan. What they are, the zoo is a carcass where everybody goes to steal. Tinubu has come. Tinubu will have faced everybody. What IDB stole from the zoo, from oil wind for $3.something billion as at that time. That's what Babangida sold. Now they're celebrating the 83. But institutionalized corruption, institutionalized looting in the zoo. What did he do with all that money? He camouflaged that he was fighting a war in Ekomog, in Liberia. He was using that to steal. And he has stolen and stolen and stolen. Has he bettered his life? No. Is he a happy person? No. Will he ever be happy? He can never be happy. You can't steal public funds and be happy. She has no economy. Got no economic blueprint. What? Tell me what Tinubu has put on table. Did he bring technocrats? The answer is no. Obasanjo came into power and brought technocrats to assist him. He went to World Bank, bring the best. He brought the likes of Chasuru, bring the Kondi Warriors for this war, bring the guy that is MD of African Development Bank, additional. They brought all these people to come and assist him to run the economy. And they claimed the economy was making giant strides. Look at during that Britain became the richest man in Africa, during all those regimes. What is happening now? So Jonathan came and brought all the Igbos, brought intelligent people. That's when there was an economy. When Ukojuwala was managing the economy. Now there's no economy. They're just there. What can we steal? And what can we pick? Let's take and get out of here. That's what they're doing. Tinubu knows Nigeria will disintegrate. But the only problem is that the way he's going, nobody knows how long it will last. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now, you say no. He's waiting for October 1st. Tinubu, are you sure you'll be there till October 1st? It's not a guarantee, it's not a certainty. Tinubu has more evil laws he wants to introduce. He has not seen space. The one Speaker House of Representatives brought out is one. There are four ungodly demonic laws Tinubu want to bring in the Zoom. But I'm not sure he will have the chance to introduce them. Mazi, this is where I want to stop on this question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi. One, I don't know if you have any question, and I would like as we proceed for the lines to be open, so that because we have already time passed, and we need to open the line for those who might want to call in. To do so. Please, I would like to request that our director of technical director should just pull down the Skype ID, because we are not needing the Skype ID today. We'll be doing with the WhatsApp. Only the WhatsApp number, please, for those who want to call in, +49 15216609937, +49 15216609937. That is the number to call in. And we don't have much time any longer. We've been able to deal with some of the issues as they are happening presently in the zoo called Nigeria. We have been able to talk about the Igbo must go agitation in the Southwest, the request for Igbos to leave the Southwest. And we all know that Igbos cannot just go back to their villages without any legal accord, considering the fact that Igbos have lots and lots of properties running in billions in those regions, and you cannot deny them of their investments simply because you want to use your illegal agitation for Igbo must go, not because you actually wanted Igbos to go, but to take over their properties, to run another abandoned property project like it was done in between 1966 to 70. No, between 67 to 70, obviously. So that is the reality. The call for Igbos to leave the Southwest was not because they want Igbos to have their freedom, but because they want to take over the businesses of Igbos. They want to chase Igbos away and take over their properties. That is just the reality of the matter. Whether we like it or not, that is the truth. Because they feel that the economic dominance of the Igbos have to, in a way, be curtailed. We saw what happened when they said they wanted to construct a road to Calabar, and they went ahead to destroy a hotel resort owned by an Igbo man, and immediately after the destruction of that hotel resort, they turned back again to say, oh, we can no longer construct through that road. That is another Igbo must go strategy. Not because they wanted to construct a road through that path, but because they just want to run that business down. Mazi, can you please give us the real perspective? Because it is important that we bring it in a better context. Because if Igbos have to leave the Southwest, it has to go through a normal process. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Mazi, you're right. Yes, Igbos must go. It was a call made in divorce. It wasn't intentional. It is a positive error because there are times where certain decisions taken in default could turn out to be an advantage. As it was done to divert attention from the bad government protests, to frustrate the Igbos, to threaten them, to make them feel if you participate, we'll come after you. It was another one, okay, good and fine. Did they go ahead and protest? We use this opportunity to loot them dry. So now, Igbos must go. And Igbos are going. There's no going back. Nothing will stop it. We will go. We have started going. But let me tell you for free that the quantum of move to the east is encouraging. That is why they state the first flag operation in Aba, because some people are trooping to Aba since the man there began to construct roads, construct area market. People are seeing reason to return home. That's what they're doing. That's why Fulani is working harder in Enugu State through their streets, working harder in Imo State through their streets. Wherever you have APC, what you have is an institutionalized gang of killers, bloodsuckers, antisocial people who hate development. So they want people to go, we're going. You can't tamper with our properties. So all these ones you are destroying and stealing, they will hook you for NECO. It's all the properties you people are taking. You pay for it. A time will be gone. These political criminals running the zoo now from the Southwest. What annoys me is that Southwest people are not as bad as they are portrayed by their politicians. Please don't get me wrong. I lived in Southwest for like 38 years. I've said it before. I schooled in Ife. I schooled in Unilag. I mingle with people from that region. These strangers occupy their government houses. So Wuri is not from Lagos. Speaker of Lagos State House Assembly is not from Lagos. Tunubu is not from Lagos. These impostors, these criminals from wherever they come from, that are parading as Yoruba people, are not running Yoruba agenda. Sorry, I'm saying it from this platform. They are running their own selfish agenda. They are running their own agenda by their own clique. The consensus, the new honest Yoruba people told in Tinubu, it is not your turn, it is the turn of the Igbos. It takes sincere people to talk in that manner. Those people that spoke in that manner are the true Yoruba people, are the true Yoruba politicians. What you have now is a gang of scavengers who want to grab as much as they can grab before everyone gets. It's just a pity that they didn't know they could have even tried to build the system. They are doing nothing. Where is the project they are doing? Elephant project everywhere that they used to sign for. Look at how much they spend on a completing vice president out that had gotten to 75% completion. So you see, that shows you that's the volume of who they are, or the kind of people they are. Where is accountability? Where is NNPC? Why is the refineries not working? Now, I want to tell you, Ikem, somebody was asking, what is the state of the zoo? The zoo has no economy. Because why? What it takes in the economic cycle, the West controls the African economy. As long as you still pay allegiance to the West economically, politically, ideologically, you cannot make progress. All the breakthrough institutions are designed to keep Africa one. There's nothing called the United Nations. In case you don't know, World Bank is designed to keep Africa poor. IMF is designed to perpetuate Africa. Why did IMF approach Africa to take loan? How many Europeans took IMF? When Greece has economic problem, did they give them IMF loan? The answer is no. So if they want to be free in Africa, they need to abandon NATO. There are two forces are controlling the world right now. Is the BRICS or NATO? NATO is the old Roman Empire. The scavengers, the slave masters that come to kill, steal, and destroy. If you clear their back, they tell you what to do. They don't give good advice. Britain has never advised anybody right. America has never advised any country right. If they have, why did they do what they did in Libya? Why did they destroy Iraq? Why did America destroy Afghanistan? They are doing more evil than good. All they do is to keep Africa down. No economy works in Africa. How can a normal human being wake up and say that the biggest project in West Africa should not excel? Sorry, Dangote is not my friend. I don't like him. I will never like him. But I tell you for free that the biggest thing that the zoo has right now is that refinery. If they are not cowards, they will allow that refinery to work. It will bring down the price of fuel. If they allow that refinery to work, it will improve the value of the naira. Why will you be importing fuel? When you have 3 refineries, they built one bigger than
There's so many calls kept coming, please. I think we start taking call, please. So many calls kept coming.
Okay, can we take the first caller, please?
All right, first caller on the line. Good evening and welcome to the program. Yes, you're on WhatsApp. You have been holding on for the past 6 minutes. Go ahead, ask your questions and make your contributions.
I greet the principal officer of IPOB Worldwide, Directorate of State of Biafra, IPOB Worldwide, Eastern Security Network. I greet my leader, Mazi, down the camp. My fellow brothers and sisters from Biafra land, see what happened to us on this planet Earth. The people that caused it must pay. They must pay so dearly for it. You see these people.
Mazi, I don't know if you are hearing what he's saying.
Yes, I'm saying very clearly. If you can help me, what did he say? What is his question? These people messed our land up completely. But I must greet IPOB Worldwide that pick up everything, that they persist. We picked it up and packed it, and still packing it, fixing it, and we must fix it in order. We don't wait anybody to rest of it. That's why we cannot call anybody. We are the one to fix it. And they must pay so dearly for it, for the atrocities they committed in our land. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi and Wanda Vista. Thank you very much.
Mazi, you didn't tell us your name and where you are calling from.
I'm calling from Italy. I'm calling from Italy. Mazi Akanibu. Coordinator of Milano. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for your country.
Thank you, Mazi. Do we have another caller?
Let's go ahead. So many, but some have dropped. I know they will keep coming. Mazi, let me ask, do you think that because of all this, and because they have already hashtag this Igbo must go, do you think that that is why insecurity is first of all created in the Southeast? Well, let me pick this call, please. Good evening, caller. Your name and where you are calling from, please.
We have a caller. Mazi, we have a caller. Let's take this call, please.
This is Biafra daughter, the daughter of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Edo State, Igodomigodo. Thank you for your great job.
You are welcome.
The reason why I called this evening, I greet my leader, I greet my Biafrans, IPUB, my great leaders, DOS. Why I call, there is no question. The reason why I call, if we can do it, this is the time we need to do it to restore Biafra. Who no fish shit